When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
After tap last night, on which our very own Roy Danton was our guest, Roy wrote me and Jared about one of his biggest challenges in his life, and that was public speaking. Quote, "This has actually been one of the biggest improvements in my life after discovering going free. I've always been so extremely afraid and timid of speaking in public, and it has held me back so much in the past. I really cannot thank both of you too much, because if it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have overcome those fears." This was a private message conversation with Roy. He writes on, "This fall, my lovely camping trip out in nature, and especially this tap episode, has pretty much been my personal going free of those irrational fears of the past. Today was pretty much the first day in my life where I was not feeling embarrassed, hearing my own voice, and I am so very grateful to both of you for having helped me so much in this." Close quote. I had asked Roy to confirm that he didn't want his share of the financial gifts from that tap episode, that episode from last night. And he wrote me back with this, quote, "Brother, please disregard the information I sent you earlier in this regard, because I would like to do something very special with those financial gifts. What had been donated today won't be enough, but I will gladly cover the difference. could we possibly send a physical gift to one of our most pristine members, a true lady of the West? I'm not sure how much it would cost, and will certainly need your help with it. But could we possibly get an actual physical Christmas tree with decorations and greeting cards from all of us to Fräulein Dresden? I will gladly give my share of today's financial gifts, plus another $100 from me toward that. But you, Jason, would need to actually deliver it. He then added, let's get that Yule tree to our dying sister. I will fully pay for all expenses. And I responded to our honorable brother, Roy. Roy, you are one of our very best. And this desire to do this for our sister, Fräulein Dresden, is one of many demonstrations of your great character. But I am afraid she is beyond my reach. Fräulein died this morning with her mother by her side. To this sad news, Roy responded, quote, I am so sad to hear, but let's get her a decent funeral. Roy, I wrote back, I thank you, brother. Her mother has scheduled the cremation, which was Fräulein's wish, and her mother has the resources to pay for this. Perhaps we can send flowers and a card to her mother to condole for her loss and ours. Our dear sister, Fräulein Dresden, passed away yesterday morning after a long fight with cancer. She survived by her mother, a survivor of the firebombing of Dresden, her cousins, and every single one of us. Fräulein was a woman with a lot of mistakes in her past. So in other words, she was just like the rest of us. When she came to our White Wellbeing community, she was white negative. She was certain that she was irredeemable. She told me so many times. And that she couldn't do any good in this world with the time that was left to her. But we convinced her otherwise. We showed her a different way, a new path to walk. And she chose to walk with us. And like the rest of us, she stumbled, but she kept getting back up and would rejoin us on that heroic march to the recapture of our destiny. On that path, in loving service to the spirit of the West, she found her inner love. She found her inner beauty, her true spirit as a woman of the West. It may have been the winter of her years, but her rebirth forced an early spring into her world just as her sun was setting. Fresh Young shoots broke through the snow of her years, and Fräulein blossomed with renewed vigor and love for herself and our people. And with love, she wrapped her arms around this community. She gave her life to the only thing that ever had the right to claim her life, the spirit of the West. She had wandered lost for all but the last handful of years of her life. But with those years, she finally found her people. She finally found her way home. Fräulein Dresden was a wonderful and talented woman whom we will all deeply miss, and whom will be forever renewed in the sons and daughters of our people. Before her passing, she touched a great many hearts with her final years. And where those wings of those messages carry will be the bloom stalks and flowers of her love for Western kind. And the seeds of those flowers, the efforts, along with all of ours, will deliver our people. Promethean hails, Fräulein Dresden, dear sister of our community. As sad as this is, I am delighted to share that another one of our heroes, the great Brant of School of the West, was able to salvage Fräulein's videos. And they will be used as teaching resources on the schoolofthewest.world. Schoolofthewest.world. God bless you, Brant. I'm also delighted to share that Brant will be taking Fräulein's epic German Shepherd triumph that everybody has come to know and love over the past few years. And before I think I'll just one final word. I'm going to play a beautiful original piano piece by our very own Richard Wagner, a piece that many of you will have heard many times by now. And I'm going to play it in dedication to Fräulein Dresden. But before I do, I want to share what she said to me when I left her bedside at the hospital a few weeks ago. When I turned to step away from her bedside, her final words to me were, "I love you because you love us." Fräulein would want us to carry on in service of white well-being, but she would want us to do so boldly as men and women of the West, with love in our hearts and without an ounce of white guilt. And with that in mind, I want you to turn your volume all the way up.
people go free. I guess I'm too blind to see. I'm just trying to help our people go free. I'm just blind to see. You're too blind. I'm just trying to see. Go free. I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to help our people go free.
And we are going free on this Sunday evening, Monday morning. It is 5:30 in Washington, D.C., 7:30 a.m. in Sydney, 10:30 in London, and just after midnight in Moscow. Wonderful to be with you all tonight. We're going to have a magnificent gathering, and I know that Fräulein's spirit is with us and will forever be with us, because all of those who come to the Spirit of the West are forever remain in name, spirit, and substance with all of the rest of us as we recapture this destiny in these very trying times. We have a lot of information to cover, a lot of comments from you all. Glad to see so many wonderful people here. If you want to place a comment or a question about Fräulein or anything here tonight, you can please do so on YouTube, on Odysee, on D Live. You have to tag me for me to see it as No White Guilt. If you write Jason, I may or may not see it. You may also financially gift over the course of the gathering today. You can do so at Cash App. The URL for that is in the description below. You may also do that on Odysee as well. And finally, on Entropy. On Entropy, you can also ask questions, make comments, put them in the question widget or Tall Kevin widget, and they will remain there until I or you delete them. You may financially gift by way of cryptocurrency as well. To do so, you go over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. You click on the financially gifting tab, and there you will see several addresses for cryptocurrencies, as well as a snail mail address where you can send me snail mail, even though it gets snailier all the time. With the trying, as I say, the trying times that we are in, and the transformation of our once Western civilization, these countries, into third world countries, that is increasing its pace. Let me have a quick look. I don't think we have any anonymous. No, I know for sure that we don't have any anonymous gifts over the past week, so we can continue. I'll take a look. I see the great Masumi Rabbit is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. Patrick of Southtown, Mrs. Jess Horse, wonderful to see you. The great Fräulein, who we were just playing there twice in a row. The great Fräulein, wonderful to see you. First Last is here, and he noticed my new word that I just neoterized, my nonce word, snailier. Fit and healthy at any age. Great to see you. Summerlee is with us. Hello, Elaine, the great Elaine Sabatino, and the Yiz, the unifier as well. Great champion. And TJ, White Calling. We mentioned Brant, great Brant Danger. Rick is here. Hello, Shauna Shaw. The great Groundhog Fury is with us tonight. Wonderful to see you, brother. And I did get an email from you. I haven't had an opportunity to open it yet. I've been quite busy. Jilly is with us. Kingdom of Vinland. Never Felt Guilty. Bane is with us. Rory is here. Lockie is here as well. So many magnificent heroes. And thank you very much for that, saying beautiful words, Jason. I appreciate that. White Calling. Anglo-America, and we're going to be answering some of Anglo-America's calls about going free clubs. The time has come, ladies and gentlemen. We need to be forming these, and we need to be forming them quickly and getting folks to participate as quickly as we can. The great Reptile is here. Wonderful to see another genius in Reptile, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to see you, brother. And, of course, the great and one and only Roy Danton. There's the dear sweet lady, Carlisle Cockatoo is with us. Wonderful to see you, sister. Carter is here. Bros and Bros is here. Pants is here. Everybody has shown up. Art is Life. Great to see you all. We should get underway. Donning Armor is with us. Please, over the course of the gathering tonight, please share, your memories of Fräulein. I think my tie must be a little tight or something. So your memories of Fräulein and what's going on in the world, maybe the work you're doing to build your own Going Free Club. The versatility of the Going Free Clubs is going to enable them to spread like wild roses. It really is. And we're going to be talking about that. It's going to be like nothing before. They'll spread like wild roses. There'll be no stopping them. And they'll be infinitely more effective than everything that has gone in the past, as is everything else that we are doing here in service to White Wellbeing. Why don't we jump on over? So magnificent to be with you all today. And we have over here a bill we're going to talk about. The infrastructure bill is $1 trillion test for, according to Bloomberg, environmental justice, a meme pathogen. Remember, when the anti-whites say environmental justice, it means anti-whiteism. But before we get to this article, very quickly, we're going to take a look at financial gifts that have come into this up to this point, in case there's anything that someone wanted me to read relative to our dear sister Fräulein, who has passed. Of course, you can say anything you'd like over the course of the night about Fräulein and your memories of her, financially, gift or otherwise. We would love for you to do so. And we have here Sakis over on Entropy, first up at $5 financial gift. Thank you so very much. And writing here, financial gift in the name and memory of Fräulein Dresden. God bless you, and thank you so very much for that. She's a wonderful girl. And by the way, folks, the picture that you saw of that very young brunette, that was our very own Fräulein Dresden in high school on the track team. So those were her track shoes. Let's get your raucous emojis out, ladies and gentlemen, for the one and only Roy Danton, who has financially gifted $100 US. God bless you, brother. And for the true champion that you are, thank you, and everyone else who has demonstrated their heroism and great character in all of these trying times. It's going to be those of only the best character that make it through. And bless you. He writes here, rest in peace, Fräulein Dresden. Indeed. Thank you so very much, Roy Danton, for those wonderful words. The great Yiz the Unifier is up next, financially gifting $10 US. And she writes, I'm thankful for the time I had with Sister Dresden. She was such a guiding star for me. My path was illuminated by her pristine radiance. May we all, like sweet Sister Dresden, strive to be the best Westmen we can and lead our people to glory. May we all go free. And 3 white heart emojis. Bless you. Yes, that is wonderful. Thank you so very much for those splendid words. And by the way, folks, that photograph you saw of me with the lovely little woman and the book Go Free, that is Mama Fräulein Dresden. And she is the survivor of the firebombing of Dresden. She is going free as well. And so our heart and our love go out to her in this very trying time. She sat by the bed of her daughter as she passed from this world. I will turn around this way, and we have Anglo-America. Great to see you, brother. Financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much. And he writes, for the Yule tree for Miss Dresden. Well, that's very kind. Thank you, brother. It's very, very sweet of you. And we'll run a refresh here, make sure that we didn't miss anybody. Never Felt Guilty is with us. So is Jay Link. And the great Like Comedies has joined us as well. And over here, looks like blank on Odysee. So didn't miss anybody there, unless there's something wrong with that platform. Nordic Rider writes into the question widget, rest in peace, Fräulein Dresden. Thank you so very much for that, Nordic Rider. And great to see you here in service to White Wellbeing and in this magnificent Going Free gathering. We have now this story to get to, ladies and gentlemen. This bill, rarely do bills become law. I should say it's a law. Rarely do they become law on Saturdays, but this bill became law on Saturday because of the anti-whites. Coconut is here. Great to see you, sweet sister. And Flowing Freely is here. Wonderful to see you. If I'm wrong, please, on anything that I'm stating here, please step up and correct me. But let's see. It says here, a new federal framework for ensuring racial equality, which means anti-whiteism. Racial equality is a meme pathogen. Write it down right now. if you weren't aware of that. What's a meme pathogen? What's that thing he says? It is an anti-white concept that you are infected with. It is used as a pretext or excuse to victimize Western kind and Western civilization. Simple enough, right? A new federal framework for ensuring racial equality, for ensuring anti-whiteism. One of the practices of going free that Fräulein Dresden liked quite a little bit was translating what the anti-whites write for it to make sense in our story so that we can understand where they're coming from. This framework will guide the implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure plan. Now, bipartisan, so Republicans voted for this, anti-whites who call themselves Republicans. Neither party is white sympathetic. No one in any of the seats is white sympathetic. They're all anti-white to various degrees, and they might call themselves Democrats. They might call themselves Republicans. And this is this was said by the EPA administrator, Michael Reagan, who is, I think we'll see here, he is a black guy. And I'm sure they're going to be mentioning that he's black. Let's see, the article here is typed by Brenton Mock. So he is mocking journalism. On Tuesday, the U.S. Senate passed a $1 trillion infrastructure plan with $550 billion in new spending, along with the usual. So these numbers are you cannot comprehend them. They are incomprehensible numbers. What it means is that you and generations to come, if you're white, but check with CNN if white people pay the lion's share of taxation in the United States. It means that you and many generations to come will be shouldering the costs of all of these things that the anti-whites want to do to victimize you. $550 billion in new spending, along with the usual investments in roads and bridges. The bill calls for upgrading electric power grids, expanding rail and public transit, improving broadband networks, replacing lead pipes, and boosting traffic safety. It also provides funding for the construction and improvement of decentralized wastewater systems to help. Oh, did you think it was going to be you? And here comes the euphemism for any group of people that can be used to victimize Western kind, to help low-income households in mostly rural areas. So that means people who will be used to victimize Western kind. And since you are a Westman, man, woman, or child, you are victimized. You're one of those people. So you are victimized because the group to which you belong is victimized. Your well-being is only achievable by way of the well-being of the group to which you belong. These are environmental justice issues. Again, environmental justice is a meme pathogen. It is a concept that is used to justify the victimization of Western kind, the destruction of Western civilization, the white erasure of us from our civilization. These are environmental justice issues. And when I say the destruction of Western civilization, I don't mean the destruction of the country or any of our countries that we created and that only we have the ability to create and sustain, because it exists in us. And that's how it exists in the world. It does not exist in the world without us. So the countries can continue in whatever form, decrepit form they might continue. They might hobble along for however long, but they won't be Western civilization very much longer if we do not recapture our destiny and put an end to anti-whiteism. These are environmental justice issues. Types this absolute mocking loser. And questions about, let's see. Brenton is also a non-white person. So it looks like the EPA administrator is non-white, and Brenton is non-white, both anti-white, and they're going to be telling us how good this is for white people by victimizing us. How to ensure that this new funding, if it passes through Congress whole, and the jobs created from it will be vested in communities that have historically, are you ready? Here's another mean pathogen. Historical marginalization. Right? What was the other one? Historically impaired. Historically, all of this, what these mean pathogens mean when the anti-whites use them, folks, what these MPs mean is that you can't see the victimization. White people aren't actually victimizing non-white people. White people aren't actually victimizing any of these self-professed so-called victim groups. But historically, that means that fiction, that means fantasy, that means not happening, that means no evidence of. That's what it means. How long, let me ask you, I figured this out in junior high school, 11, 12, and 13 years of age. How long can the justification of historical victimization continue? Oh, yes, forever, because it is a narrative. You know what you can't do? You can't get into their story and discuss the legitimacy or illegitimacy of historical victimization because it is fiction. Do you understand? It never goes away. It's part of the anti-white narrative. In communities that have historically been marginalized in large-scale government projects. So there are environmental justice. These are environmental justice issues, writes the mocker, and questions abound about how to ensure that this new funding, if it passes through Congress whole, and it passed, Carlisle, did it pass? Jump into the live chat. It passed. And the jobs created from it will be vested in communities. The jobs. Oh, did you think you were going to get some of those jobs, white people? Did you? Oh, you're white guy. No, you're white male. Definitely not you. So, and probably none of you white females either. So, no, you're not getting the jobs. And it's not going to your communities. No. The money will come from your communities. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And you'll lose your jobs so that the companies can reach these quotas, these diversity hire. And every time we know there's a diversity fire or diversity person that didn't get hired, right? It's going to be happening to you in your community. You'll pay for it. Nothing good will come to your community, except as you'll see in this bill. And maybe we'll discuss it next week. We'll have Carlisle on to discuss it with us. They're going to bring mass transit to every single neighborhood in America. Everyone. You think you're going to white flight down a few more exits? Okay, and the jobs created from it will be vested in communities that have historically been marginalized in large-scale government projects. To address these questions, the White House has developed an environmental justice framework, a anti-white victimization of Western kind framework called Justice 40, called Victimize White People. It commits the federal government to directing 40% of climate and clean energy investments into communities impacted by environmental injustice. I mean, look at that construction. That pretext, that garbage, environmental injustice. What's the wrong thing to do? The wrong thing to do will be now to go research which areas have polluting plants and how white those areas are and which places are non-white and how few polluting environments they have. Because why is that wrong? Because it's fiction. It is an anti-white narrative. You need to give your brothers and sisters the framework to be moral so that they can righteously, indignantly stand over the anti-whites in their lives and point down at them and say, why are you such an anti-white SOB? Why do you want to victimize Western kind? That's what you need to do. There isn't going to be any voting or violence to recapture our destiny. But if you think there'll be voting, if you want there to be voting rather than violence, or even if things ever fall apart and there needs to be violence, there is only one way to come together when it comes to white people, and that is on a moral framework that from top to bottom has an overlay of order so that there is a system there. White people need this. We do not function properly in roving bands of thieves. That is not normal for us. To address these questions, the White House has developed environmental justice framework called Justice 40. It commits the federal government to directing 40% of climate clean energy investment into communities impacted by environmental injustice. The initiative aims at redressing, you get it? Here comes the more MPs, redressing legacy problems. Legacy problems. What are the 9 words? What is the meme curative? Meme curatives are counters to meme pathogens. What are the 9 words? Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. What are they saying in this? What is the mocking piece of garbage who's writing this? Brenton Mock, anti-white extraordinaire. What is he saying? He's in every excuse to victimize Western kind is something that is not tangible, is not touchable, is not seeable. It's something from another period, he claims. And so then ask yourself, can atonement be made for a grievance never committed? No. You cannot atone for something you never did. This is a goddamn excuse to victimize Western kind and Western civilization. And somebody, and the people, not just somebody who talked to this mocking piece of shit, need to say to him exactly what I just said. The white people in his environment and the non-white people who want to put an end to anti-whiteism before it destroys Western civilization need to say, listen, Mock, you're an anti-white bastard. These people didn't do these things that you want to victimize them for. This would never end. Your excuse to victimize them would never end. What in the hell is wrong with you? Legacy problems, such as disproportionate pollution exposure. Disproportionate pollution exposure. Again, the wrong thing to do. Let's go look up in this town as an example, or this city. Where were the pollutants blowing? Where were they flowing? What was the percentage of white people there? That is the wrong thing to do. The right thing to do is what I'm doing. I win every time. Would you like to win every time? You can win too. You can win like Fräulein learned to win. And how she ended up tapping into that extreme love and beauty in her life. Because she went free of the anti-white narrative. She got up and out of that story. Even if only in the final 5 years of her life. Disproportionate pollution exposure and climate impacts. Risks in communities of color, excluding you, white people, from humanity. Every time they say that, point that out. Every time. I want you to make anti-whites feel extremely uncomfortable. When they talk about people of color, communities of color, etc., say, anti-white. Do not exclude Western kind from humanity again with that statement. It currently targets programs, and let me tell you, when you indignantly talk to anti-whites like that, or your average vague out there who's just villainy signaling, they come to real fast. They come right out of that, they sit up straight. They come right out of that anti-white narrative. It currently targets programs such as the Department of Homeland Security's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program, the Environmental Protection Agency's Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, and the Department of Transportation's Bus Facilities Infrastructure Investment Program, among several dozen other federal programs designed to maximize environmental justice benefits. So, dozens and dozens of departments across the federal government, dozens and dozens, which will move the state governments to do whatever they want them to do. You got it? Nobody talks, nobody here in Service to White Wellbeing talks about anything as childish as secession, anything as silly as seceding. We are adults here. Let's face it. There are a lot of people who have been in the white sympathetic sphere whom you've come to respect. They've done a lot of good work as far as doom documenting and doom dissecting. Thank you all. We will take it from here. The adults are at the helm now. While the Justice 40, and I'm sure, actually, should I toss in here right in the middle of this? Maybe I will. Part of this bill, ladies and gentlemen, that was made into a law on Saturday. Do you hear that? Made law is the law of the land. You got it? Here, this is and I'll go over this. This is on congress.gov. This is the law. It was a bill passed on Saturday. Here's one of the bullet points under the heading, among other provisions of the bill. The bottom bullet point is directs DOT, this is what the law does, directs DOT to establish a pilot program to demonstrate a national motor vehicle per mile user fee to restore and maintain the long-term solvency of the Highway Trust Fund and achieve and maintain a state of good repair in the surface transportation system. Did you hear? Did you understand that? Did you get that? That means what they are going to do is they are going to force every vehicle to have a tracking device on it. Well, ask CNN for the interpretation. Just ask CNN or MSNBC, because I'm sure I have it wrong. We will have Carlisle on next week, I hope, and we will go through this. We will talk more in detail. But what it appears to me, and I could be wrong, what it appears to me it's saying there is that every vehicle is going to have to be able to be tracked by the federal government so that they can tax you, so that the anti-whites can tax you per mile user fee, per mile user fee. How can they know how far you've traveled unless they're able to track you, right? A per mile user fee to restore and maintain the long-term solvency. That means what has happened with many programs through state and federal level, programs that were set up for all kinds of different things, like the Highway Trust Fund. Those things have been pilfered by anti-whites who needed money to fund anti-white endeavors like anti-white NGOs and anti-white organizations like La Raza and other things out there. Maybe it's true that they got federal money or not. I think it is, but you can figure it out for yourself or ask CNN, because I might be wrong. Hear voices everywhere to fund thousands upon thousands of anti-white groups. Anti-whites and the government pilfered programs all over the place. And we've been saying for decades now that is what they've been doing. People, Republican bastards in the United States, have allowed this to happen. And in response, all they've done is they've used the tools to resist that they knew they would lose with. And they've lost every time. But you know what they didn't lose? Their elections. They keep sitting in office and being able to be in the limelight and rake in the money of being in office and get the insider information to be able to place your money here and place your money there so that it quadruples and sextuples, etc. It's a wonderful ride for them. We just got this new anti-white who calls himself a Republican as governor in Virginia, it would be nice if he sat down at his office there in Richmond, Virginia, and said, all right, he'd like to do this or that anti-white policy. And the white people said, why are you such an anti-white POS? No, we're not doing that, Governor. You're going to have to come up with something else. Stop being so immoral. That would be nice. That would be nice. But they're not going to be able to say it unless we reach them. And they're certainly going to be turned away from service to white well-being or from standing up against anti-whiteism if they continue to hear from the white sympathetic sphere that the only way to stand up for white people now is to be Hitlerian. They're not going, it won't matter how bad it gets, because it'll never get bad enough for people to become Hitlerian. Any sane people. So we need to reach these people or there'll be no change. So the Highway Trust Fund, for some reason, doesn't have enough money to maintain the highways. But I thought, Republican, didn't you say that all of these border crossers coming across the border down south, that they were all just immensely Christian and family people, and they were just going, isn't that what you told us? And Democrat, didn't you tell us that it was going to like double or triple the amount of tax revenue we had, them coming across? Well, what happened? I guess you two assholes were lying to us. Maybe we're going to have to take things into our own hands. Maybe we're going to have to show people that it's time to go free of your anti-white narrative, that we are actually the moral ones, that we're going to put an end to your anti-whiteism, and the next time you run for office, you will all be replaced really quickly, laser fast. And then we'll make changes happen. So you're wondering if this will impact you. You're wondering if it's just some time way off in the future. Think again. Think again. Do you think complaining is enough? Do you think giving lip service, a worshipful lip service to antiquated regimes that were defeated by these people who control these countries, who now have far more technology and far more weapons and far more ability to suppress and oppress and disappear you? Do you think lip service, lauding lip service to those defeated regimes are going to help you? Now is the time. Do you think conservatism is going to help you? Do you think mealy-mouthed conservatism or mealy-mouthed ethno-nationalism that was defeated, how many times has that been defeated by the anti-whites? Do you think that's going to work? You better get passionate now. You better really get passionate and get active. While the Justice 40 initiative operates from the White House, it builds from an environmental justice framework, environmental justice, so victimizing Western kind, that the EPA has been, so go into the conservative. By the way, I need to know small-time conservative, MAGA, America First content creators, small, because the big ones are not going to have anything to do with us. They're guarding, they're gatekeepers to the money that they're making. They're gatekeepers to their ideology of mealy-mouthed pussyfooting with anti-whites. So we need to get to the small content creators. So we're talking about 1,000 subs, 5,000 subs, no bigger. We need to know who they are. I need to know who they are so we can begin having them on tap, so we can begin reaching out through these networks. You need to get out and you need to say to them when they want to talk about this, and they'll be talking about this, rest assured. And they're going to be giving you the Mayberry moron take on it. And then they'll be talking about which functionally comatose politician you should vote for next. It builds an environmental justice framework that the EPA has been developing for decades. For the EPA's new chief administrator, Michael Reagan, who's the first black man and second African-American to lead the agency. So, of course, this is the anti-white narrative. Never ends until you get out of the story. Never ends. You know how many times I was in junior high school when I began resisting? One of the things that I brought up to one of my teachers there was that we were being taught about the first woman something or other, first woman to practice medicine or something like this. And when they say this, first black man, first woman, first Hispanic woman, first alien in a wheelchair upside down snorkeling underwater. When they say that, what they're saying is white erasure. Let's celebrate. They want to play that song, that celebration song. That's what they're saying. It's a celebration. It's a good thing. Throw the laurels of victory at the black man who is in this position now because it is white erasure. Does it matter that he's black? No. If he's a guy that deserved the job and he's performed well throughout his life, he's paid his dues, he has the talent, he's done his time to get his education, he's done his time, he's white-haired now because he's done his time paying his dues and he deserves the job, then he should be a candidate and he should potentially be one of the final who are chosen for the job. And it shouldn't matter at all. But no, it matters because it's white erasure, because it's a hammer that destroys Western kind and Western civilization. How many times have you heard people talk about first woman, first this, first that, as long as it's not white, a white male, and you were just like, yeah, or worse, you celebrated. Worse, you said, oh, that's good. You're like a dumbass seal, just good. And you were applauding white erasure. No, the next time you hear somebody say this, Thanksgiving's coming up in the United States. We have holidays all around. Christmas all around the world. Going to be with family members. When they start talking about first non-white this or first non-white that, you need to be as indignant as you can possibly muster. Because it is the height of immorality to white erase a people from the civilization they created. Let a black guy get the job if he deserves it. Not because we're getting rid of all the white people who deserve the jobs. You got it? You see, it's what they do. It is this community, for those who are going free, you get it. The anti-whites with their psychological warfare. I'm going to try to explain this as simply as I can. Please, just listen. They take an objective like white erasing white men first. Now it's white women. And now we had, like in Loudoun County, the white woman who went along with white erasure her whole life because she's talking about how wonderful she celebrates all the non-white students in her class. Every year she celebrates. There are more and more, and she celebrates. And then she's crying, trembling with the paper. And now you don't want us white women. Yeah, dummy. Yeah. You should have been listening to people like No White Guilt and that whole white well-being community. Here's what the anti-whites do. They were 200 IQ, psychological warfare, means of control. We are 201, defense against their psychological warfare. They take an objective that they want. White erasure of white men from, say, positions like this, head of EPA. And then instead of first struggling for that objective and then celebrating that objective under that rubric, they flip it. And then your dumbasses go along with it because you're not getting it. Well, now it's all been spelled out. A lot of very intelligent people have spelled this out. So they flip it. So instead of it being, yay, white male has been erased from that position, they say, yay, first black guy in that position. Do you understand now? Have I made that clear enough? Have I come down far enough? If you're one of those people who think that the substance of your activism for our people is saying, yeah, I'm going to go to a meeting. I'm going to go to a meeting where somebody at the front is going to shout at us and tell us about how bad everything is. And then I'm going to share a few of my own stories about how bad it is. I bet I've heard a few that are worse than you've heard. Then we're going to go home. If that's the substance of your activism, you're too dumb to survive. So have a nice day. Maybe go build yourself a little a mausoleum. I mean, bunker somewhere. Bunker. I almost said mausoleum, but bunker. I know you're into those kind of things. But for everyone else who was wondering, you're on the fence, that should have been a simple enough of an explanation of one of the psychological warfare tools that are used against us, which defeated us. And now, can you not see the walls on fire around you if you live in Western civilization, if you're a white person? If you can't see the walls on fire and you don't smell that acrid smoke in the air of our bodies burning, of our children yet to be conceived burning, if you can't smell that and see that carnage, you are a genetic misfit. And whatever they end up doing with you is what you deserve. Everyone else, let's go recapture Western civilization. We will recapture our destiny. Let me read the rest of this garbage here. The first black man and the second African American, and don't be one of these people. I got to stop so many times because I've been here so long. That's the problem. I guess I've been here so long. I know too many. You know how many times I've heard people, they hear something like this and they say, oh, I got an idea. I'm just going to make a bunch of jokes about how we're going to be here in the 57th African-American in this position. Look, come on. You got to stop with the stupid endeavors. You have to stop with the stupid responses. Let's roll. The challenge will be ensuring that priority projects in the infrastructure bill, such as replacing lead pipes and cleaning up polluted Superfund sites, will be executed in accordance with environmental justice and policies set under his leadership. He's going to make sure that you white people suffer. You got it? That your money will go to everyone else. Why? Because it coming from you is victimization of you. Don't you dare talk about how non-white people are getting something they don't deserve or they didn't earn, or that they talk about them being treated as preferential and just complain about that. Don't you dare. You talk about what you are being robbed of, because that's the big difference. The big difference in what we do, if you haven't figured it out, and what all white negatives out there, Hitlerians out there, etc., what they do is that at the core of what they do is hatred of other groups, particularly puppies. At the core of what we do is love for us. It is a fundamental difference. It is night and day. It is this dimension and another. It is absolutely, irredeemably, impossibly similar in any way. The only similarities would be to superficially and two-dimensionally look down and see that, oh, they both want to stop victimization of Western kind. But do they really? You're talking about claims there. Do they really want to stop the victimization of Western kind out in these other groups? If you dig deeply enough, you'll find out the answer is no. Because you can't stop the victimization of that which you do not love, of that which you are not focused on. What are we focused on? Western kind. What are others focused on? All of the other races. I will, if it comes down to it, I will grab God himself by the goddamn lapels and yank his ass out of heaven and make a change here on planet Earth. And you better have that same determination in your heart. Before President Joe Biden tapped Reagan to lead the EPA, he served as North Carolina's chief environmental officer and as a regional director for the Environmental Defense Fund before that. Shortly after, he was confirmed by the Senate. He said there would be, quote, an emphasis on environmental justice. So this SOB is an anti-white. Look how young this guy is. How old is he? Does anybody know how old this guy is? Where's the gray? You remember the anti-whites used to complain all the time. All these old white men run everything. They're old and white because we built the country, and they're old because you used to have decades of experience before you could hold positions of authority. That's how it worked. They're old, they're white-haired, they got wrinkles. Where's this guy's white hair? Oh, but you see, he doesn't need white hair because he's anti-white. Doesn't matter that he's black. Don't focus on it. If he were black and saying, we got to put an end to this anti-whiteism, you know how fast his black ass would be out on the street? The anti-whites would kick him right out as fast as a white guy would be out on his white ass if he said, we got to put an end to this anti-whiteism. The two of them would be outside on their asses. And their donkeys would not even want to carry them. They would leave them as well. That is how it would work. An emphasis on environmental justice, equity. Oh, he wanted to make it clear that it's anti-white. And civil rights, which of course is swindle whites. Thank you, First Last, for that. Remember, folks, when they talk about civil rights, you say, oh, you mean swindle whites? It's anti-white during his EPA tenure. So that's what he's going to be up to. Anti-whiteism from start to finish. So they said, you're the man for the job. The infrastructure bill will be his first major test for that. Oh, they're going to say how many white people he can victimize. Reagan recently talked with Bloomberg City Lab about how to translate the big promise of the Biden administration into transformative changes at the community level. Yeah, they want to see white people suffering, don't they? Particularly in light of the new report from the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Yeah, this is the Star Wars cantina scene where they're all like crowded around there, and this United Nations, they're talking about how they're gonna victimize white people. That confirms how global warming, get this now, global warming has already targeted the planet's most vulnerable people. Translate, what are vulnerable people in the anti-white narrative? Vulnerable people is a mean pathogen. It means non-white people. So global warming has targeted non-white people. Ergo, white people must suffer. Don't get caught up on, well, how does global warming, how does it target people? I mean, you can see this coming out of these goofy Mayberry morons. I mean, they're just, my gosh, if somebody taped their mouths shut, the goofy idiocy would come out of their asses. That is how imbecilic these people are. And yet they still have hordes and hordes watching them. How many years of stupidity do you need to listen to? Okay, let's roll. And then this is, I guess this is Mock, who makes a mockery of journalism, asking this question. For the programs in this bill, such as the replacement of white people, I mean lead pipes and the white erasure, the public transit improvements, is it the case that environmental justice, we all know which is hating white people, communities will be prioritized for those kinds of projects? So will non-white communities be prioritized? That means, will white communities be victimized? You got it? In many instances, says this SOB, working at the EPA, they will, in many instances, I didn't know the sentence was going to be that short. I apologize. This guy's just like, yes, we are victimizing white people. We promise. I mean, that's the way he just responded. Reagan. I guess maybe the conservatives are going to be loving him, aren't they? They'll love him. The name will be enough for them. They salivate. They salivate when they hear that name. They don't like to look back and see the biggest tax increase in the country's history up to that point and all of this sort of stuff. Don't let facts get in your way. Don't let all the anti-white activity get in your way. This guy's just like, yes, we will victimize white people. Oh, good. He goes on, though. He says, I've directed every office within my agency to prioritize the focus on harming white people under the rubric environmental justice, whether that be through our regulatory processes or our policies or our enforcement. Enforcement. I wonder how that's going to operate. Maybe men in colorful uniforms, probably most of whom will be white, showing up to make sure these happen. The victimization of white people. And yes, he continues, the resources that we will get from the bipartisan infrastructure deal as it relates to investing in clean drinking water, as well as looking at the resources that will be remediating legacy pollution, like in our Superfund sites and brownfield sites. We'll have a focus on environmental justice and equity as we deploy their resources. How many of you want to bet that the federal government, I don't know, I'm just saying, I'm placing a bet, is already actively interring environmental pollutants in predominantly white areas, and you have no idea, and no media will ever tell you. No government is going to tell you. And let me warn you, by the way, one of the ways that the United States government may or may not have operated when it conducts its color revolutions and these sorts of things is that it will select a group, or it will select some people. It doesn't like hire actors out of the ether to do this. They'll look and they'll say, oh, okay, here's a compromisable group. They'll go in there, and you know what they'll do? They'll drop news breaking items to them. That's one of the ways, you know, maybe or not, maybe so, maybe not, when that if there's a group of people or a content creator or something, and they all of a sudden have some big breaking piece of news, maybe it happens a couple times, that is some sort of major victimization of you, your people, etc. And as I say, this may or may not have happened around the world in color revolutions. That is one of the premier signs that there's something going on behind the scenes. One of the premier signs. Why? Because the ability to be able to share that sort of a secret information that's being withheld garners trust. It garners interest, and therefore creates a movement. God, these guys, I can think circles around your asses. I know you're all watching in Langley, and I know you're all down at the J. Edgar Hoover building. Off. I'm 100 times brighter than what you cowards are bringing to bear now that you hire people based on their race and sex rather than on their abilities. What kind of resources does the EPA have in place in terms of ensuring that environmental justice guidance is followed and civil rights protections are enforced? It's starting at the top, says Reagan, as he chows down on a meal that you can just imagine what he might eat. The president has pledged to focus on racial justice and equities. Does he mean that senile guy that was wishing everybody Merry Christmas during Halloween? Environmental racism and race and systemic racism. My God, listen to this. The president has pledged to focus. This is Bloomberg. You didn't stumble across some like anti-white blog by a bunch of folks who call themselves Antifa, and they don't know what sex they are, and they're hyped up on heroin and everything else, and they're just like gibbering back at each other. This is Bloomberg. Appreciate this. This is the president of the United States. The president has pledged to focus on racial justice and equities, environmental racism, and systemic racism. That means he's pledged war on Western kind. So that's a priority at the EPA. War on Western kind, that is. Environmental justice is now part of the DNA of EPA. That's what Reagan actually said. Environmental justice is now part of the DNA of so warfare on our people is part of their DNA. There are a couple things going on, though, through the American Rescue Plan. Congress allotted $100 million to the EPA specific to focus on environmental justice. $50 million of those resources are geared toward the EPA partnering with states, cities, communities to deploy those resources and focus around environmental justice related projects. So get ready to see women. And by the way, in this bill here that was just made law on Saturday, billions of dollars in investments to everyone but white males for businesses. So non-white people and women, everyone but white males. There is no sick, demented Stephen King nightmare where that is not genocide. But I mean, it's up to you to figure it out. And ask CNN. They absolutely have the final say. There are a couple things going on. Okay, so we read that. 50 million is focusing on boosting the air quality monitoring in these communities that we've been disproportionately impacted. There's another meme pathogen. We're leveraging every resource we can, says Reagan, to use this moment as a rising tide for all communities. And by all communities, he means all non-white communities. Because you can read the rest of what he has said, right? I mean, you're not in fifth grade still. I mean, maybe if you were in fifth grade, you would be confused there. But he says, quote, we are leveraging every resource we can to use this moment as a rising tide for all communities, for non-white communities. So what is it about this moment? The anti-whites are in complete control. That's the moment he's talking about. We're going to make it happen while we have the option and ability to make it happen. Let me see, because we're moving on in time. We're here at the end, though. There's probably some really damning things in here that I'm missing. But we've talked about this long enough. We don't have all night for our gathering. Got a lot of things to talk about, comments from you all, calls from you all as well. That we are going to cover. And definitely want to get to what you have to say. Reagan says, we're partnering with the Department of Energy on our investments in clean energy. That is, geared and flowing from renewable energy resources as well as cleaning up the grid. We're partnering with the Department of Labor to make sure that communities are prepared to participate in clean energy transmission. We're partnering with so they're partnering. Boy, they've made these great leagues of anti-white hordes. And you're going to stop them with a few hundred shouting guys in a barn or in a clubhouse or in a tree house or at a community center or wherever. That's how you're going to stop them? God damn. Bloomberg asks, as this money flows to the ground, will it all go through the states or will some of it go directly to cities? How would that work? And Reagan responds, we're looking at all of the above. We're going to attack from every angle. White people won't have a chance. The resources that we have received from the American Rescue Plan, the resources that we hope to get through the president's budget request, and the resources that we'll see from this bipartisan infrastructure deal, we will be distributing these resources to the states, to cities, and to locally elected entities and communities. By the way, we are reinvigorating our relationships with our tribal governments and respecting that sovereignty. Tribal government, state government, city and local government communities, we're partnering with all of the above and we're paying them off to make sure that white people are white erased. He said something like that. Not exactly the final words. They weren't, exactly. It was kind of verbatim, but it nonetheless is exactly what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. You give white people say, Jason, how is it that what you're talking about can succeed. How is it going to work? Here's how it works, dumbasses, because I've been saying it for many, many years. And so these people who come, they listen, they don't get it. If you're brand new, then don't count yourself among those people that I'm criticizing. Here's for everyone, though, this is how it works. We are never going to be able to create a movement, a mass movement in and of itself that grows up from 1 to 10 to 10,000 to 10 million. That possibility is gone from the realm of options, and it's been gone for a long, long time. I was able to see that. Others have been able to see that. Many now who are going free are able to see that because they've gone free. As a consequence, we need to be everywhere and nowhere. And where is our energy most effectively placed? Where can we take what power we can muster and pinpoint it with such accuracy that it delivers us the outcome, or let's phrase it this way, the fulcrum for the outcome that we want? We can pinpoint it on what is keeping Western civilization, Westmen, men, women, and children, from standing up for themselves in a moral framework. I dedicated my life to being one of the people when I was 11, 12, I think it was more 12 years old, being one of the people who freed Western kind of anti-Whiteism, which thereby enables the great spirit of the West to come forward in each and every one of them, with whatever talents they've been given, with whatever place they have awakened to this world in their childhood and in their adulthood, in the palaces of parents with money, with more money than you could ever imagine, and the best schools and the best tutors, to all the way to the construction, waking to this world in a construction worker's family like I did, to some other family where you wake to this world and you have a 190 IQ, and all of these different talents, to sing, to dance, to sculpt, to tell stories, that reaches every person. That reaches what we're talking about doing here, reaches every one of us where we are in the world, in the positions that we already hold. Nothing needs to be conquered by some new conquering force that we can't muster. We fill those spaces that already exist, for God's sake. And how we do that, that's the program and the practice of going free of the anti-white narrative. We reach them where they are. We free them from their shackles, and they come to white well-being. Because in that morality, they are able to defend themselves. In those thought chains, they can come to the answers to the questions and to the comments and accusations made by anti-whites. There is no other hope. Nothing yet seen. We will change the context, and many more things will be possible because of us, because of our work changing the context. And I'll be right back. drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right. Welcome back. And let's keep rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Where were we just now? Go free lesson of the day. We're going to be talking about going free clubs. We need to start forming these. The time has come to form them. And what we're going to do is I am going to take a quick look at what you all have been financially gifting. And then we're going to jump right into these questions by Anglo America, who has been helping me out. I want to make a video about going free clubs. And so we'll take a quick look, though, over here. And we see that we have Heidi financially gifting. Hello, Heidi, $10. Thank you so very much. Heidi says here, this is on Entropy. Fräulein and I had several phone conversations. Jason, I am so glad you were able to visit. She spoke to me repeatedly about how that was her wish if anything should happen to her. Little did anyone know how quickly this day would come. Thank you, and God bless you. Well, thank you so very much for those wonderful words for Fräulein, Heidi, and your financial gift. And yeah, I years back made a promise to her. I told a couple weeks ago now, I told everybody, she grabbed my hands and she was crying and said, please, please, please promise me you'll come see me on my deathbed. And I said, what are you talking about? You're going to live. Look at how old your mother is, how old Mama Fräulein is. You're going to be around for a long time. And she said, no, I'm not going to be around that long. It may be, many years to come, but it's not going to be that long. And so I promised her. And when the time came, I honor my word, and I showed up at her bedside. And I mentioned to you all, when I walked around the door to her room at the hospital, she did, that look when somebody just can't believe something like that sort of a surprise and happy but disbelief look. She did that 3 times. And then she put her hands over her mouth and she said, oh my God, is it really you? So it was a wonderful visit. And it was a great 2 hours. We had a lot of laughs, and she was very excited for the work we continue to do. It was really a wonderful time together. Thank you very much for that, Heidi. Jonas is here with $3 financial gift. Thank you, brother. And he writes here, I've never gifted money before, as I barely have any. But this truly is a special occasion. In memory of our great sister, Fräulein Dresden. And then probably rest in peace, Jonas, in Czech. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis for Jonas, who is young, and he's on the other side of the world, and he's with us all the time. He's going free, and obviously has very little money, and I'm sure the exchange for his currency to US is not friendly to his currency. So thank you so very much. We really appreciate that. And just thank you for, in her name, doing that, Jonas. That is very meaningful. Slots, the great champion Slots, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $5. He writes here, theft of our people's prosperity, opportunity, and livelihoods for unfalsifiable, no due process declarations is anti-white, i.e. environmental justice. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Precisely. Slots always has something brilliant to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. Theft of our people's prosperity, add everything, our industry, our labor, our intelligence, etc. Opportunity and livelihoods for unfalsifiable. And folks, you need to remember the unfalsifiability of where the anti-whites have taken thinking across the West undermines all reason and logic. Propositions that are unfalsifiable are not subject to reason and logic. And that's where that's why you cannot stay in their anti-white. One of the many reasons you can't stay. Very well said, Slots. Brilliant. Sake is back with another $5. God bless you. Thank you, brother. Another one this week in the name of Wesley Russell, aka Renew Britannia, for using the word anti-whiteism at the end of his speech for PA. Well done, Wesley. Well done. And thank you, Segas, for mentioning and financially gifting that. Well done. You know, it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing how you have, I guess maybe it's, I say the older people, and I think the older people are maybe 25 and up, because it seems like people who are 25 and up, maybe at best 30 and up, they really fit the you can't teach old dogs new tricks, because there are so many of them out there who they want to keep saying whiteness and anti-whiteness and all of this garbage. They want to keep saying structural racism against white people and all of this sort of stuff. They just don't get it. But Wesley was the darling of, he's a very smart guy, young guy, and he gave the best speech at the PA conference, like 240 people or something like this at the recent PA conference. Normal people, good people. Do you know how the venue moved against Mark to shut the conference down? And do you know how Mark prevented that from happening? In the U.S., you would not have been able to prevent it from happening for one main reason, and I'll tell you that in a moment. Mark said there are 220 or 240 people, normal people, in that auditorium right now. Go look at them. Ordinary people. We're not leaving. So they went out, the anti-whites went out, and they took a look, and they thought, yeah, they look like a completely normal room of ordinary white folk. And they ended up not being able to shut down the conference. Of course, in the States, you would say, oh, well, go take a look at the room. And there would be a bunch of these people with every indication that they could conceivably signal that they could send that they are a villain in the anti-white narrative. And the owners or managers of the location would say, yeah, we're calling the cops. And the cops will beat the shit out of every one of you as soon as they see that you're villains like this. Thank you so much. So Wesley did, and I'll go ahead and share right now, since we are going to be talking about going free clubs, GFCs. Wesley was on PWR this week. Well, you know what happened at the end of PWR? Mark had to jump off because he had something else he had to get to. He's a very busy man, as you all know. And Wesley said, I want to start one of those GFCs. So my heart absolutely leapt when I heard that. So this guy who gave the best speech, very, very bright young man, and the darling, really, of the entire conference, said to us, I want to start one of those GFCs. It's fundamental. It goes to the very nature. What the practice of going free goes to the very nature. He's read, I think it was the 2018 or 2019 version of Go Free. I have the brand new one already on its way to Wesley. And second edition, iteration 2, so that he can be completely empowered. He says it goes to the very core of what is at issue for our people around the world. And he's very excited about it. So think about that. Think about how exciting that is. We always draw the best, don't we? Always draw the best. The sickest, the most demented, the underhanded, etc. The skullduggers out there, if I can neoterize another nonce word, maybe I could say skull diggers for skullduggery. They always end up just slandering. They always end up running away, cussing a bunch, making up a bunch of Bravo Sierra, and then going back to the dark where they came from. Thank you so much for bringing up Wesley. Magnificent, Sakis. Sakis back with another $5. God bless you. Also, I read more into that dead Ant-Nat Canadian political party, the Heritage Front. Turns out their third founding member was a Fed working for CSIS. Well, you don't say. That's fantastic. Thank you for digging into that, Sakis. He says, if they were doing this in 1989, how much more infiltration is going on with these Ant-Nat groups today? It's thick as fleas. They are thick as fleas on a wild dog's ass. They are everywhere. Why are they ever? It's not just feds. Of course, don't take my word for it. I might be totally wrong. What Sakis looked up might be totally wrong. CNN or MSNBC or the nearest radical anti-white professor will give you the truth on the matter. Having said that, some will claim that not only are there federal agents of the country that we're talking of any particular country that we're talking about, there are even conversations about federal agents from other countries. So from foreign countries than the one you're in, and then other undercovers from journalism, so-called journalism companies, from anti-white, big-time anti-white organizations, thick all the time, pushing what? Pushing what they know will turn off the white population at the most propitious, and they've been always doing it. And now at the most propitious time for reaching our brothers and sisters out there, because there's nowhere you can turn as a white person and get away from anti-whiteism. What do you think is going to be happening? So if they were there, as Sakis was talking about it in 1989, and they were there before that, go back and look. You can go back and research about the Ku Klux idiots in the United States and how they were rife with feds, and how even like this, you can look up, I can't remember what it's called. It was the shootout. I think it happened in North Carolina. A bunch of Ku Kluxers showed up somewhere where there were a bunch of anti-whites, and you just look up, who was the guy who told them, came up with the plan? Who was the guy who had them go to this location and said, yep, bring the firearms and we're going to have a shootout with them? Who was that guy? Go ahead and look it up. So they want you to look like what the population has been taught to believe is the personification of evil. They want you to look like what the population has been taught, that if somebody looks or talks like this, then all of these other things are true for them. Just the most horrible things that you can possibly imagine. They want you, this is how they control. I've been shouting this I'm shouting myself hoarse. People are probably talking about the speakers melting on their headphones or on their computers. But we got to make it known. Sakis is saying here, read up on that antique nationalist Canadian political party. So back in the 80s, there was an Ant-Nat Canadian political party. They were probably, we're just going to, say it like it is. They were probably Hitlerians, right? It was probably an open worship of him and the Third Reich and etc. And he says, turns out that one of the founding members was a federal agent working for the CSIS. Keep your eyes open, folks. Thank you, Sakis. Again, I don't know if any of this is true. I wasn't personally there. I'm just waiting for CNN or someone else to maybe sink from that. Young turds will come out and tell us exactly what happened there. Southern Bloom, financially gifting $20. Thank you, dear lady. I appreciate that. And she writes here, in memory of Fräulein Dresden, may her legacy live on and the good Lord keep her well. Well, God bless you for that, Southern Bloom. I really appreciate that. She gives a little white heart emoji and then some little emoji. I'm not sure. I know there's like a heart emoji. Oh, no. Maybe that's like a bundle of flowers. But thank you so very much. And I will point out about Fräulein Dresden. I'll mention once again, if it's not clear enough, she was white negative and making mistake after mistake in her life, really hating herself. And thank God our paths crossed, because she was able to see the value in her. She was able to see the beauty and all that she had to truly offer released in the final years of her life. So if there's anything that you ever thought provided any value at all, look long and hard, far and wide for anything like that happening anywhere else. She was able to start focusing on those mean pathogens and really become a tap into who she really was, which was a wonderful person and do wonderful things. And by the way, her mother is a survivor of the firebombing of Dresden. Her mother was in her teenage years when the Allies dropped the bombs on Dresden. What do you think that meant about her in Germany at that time? Might she have been as a child supporter? Yep. What's she doing today? She's no longer a supporter of that sort of thing. She's now going free. So if that doesn't tell you all you need to know, then there's nothing that can help you. Thank you so much, Southern Bloom. We are jumping right over to these questions by our very own Anglo-America. And where are they? Let me find them again. Here they are. We have question number 1. We're talking about going free, GFCs, going free clubs. You may also form a going free club, GFC. These clubs may meet virtually, in person, or both. While GFCs are not centrally organized, run, or operated by Jason Köhne, they will be recognized if they operate according to going free protocol. The sole purpose and function of GFCs is to facilitate and expedite the process of going free, practicing the exercises, lexicon, and dialectics of going free, as well as organizing the spread of going free online and by way of flyer drops, community interaction, that sort of thing. So rolled out here in iteration 2, second edition, and you'll see as I begin to get into these magnificent questions by Anglo-American. Let's get a round of applause for Anglo-America for the effort that he has put in to helping materialize GFCs around the world, because they will work everywhere. And I want everyone to keep this in mind about the GFCs, that they are versatile, that they can work in virtually every scenario and be successful as well in every scenario. This is why the anti-whites will not be able to stop them. In my long conversation I had with Wesley after we got off of PWR, one of the things that I shared with him is that anti-whiteism and the anti-whites, they have won. They have a uniform doctrine around planet Earth. Now, wherever you go, you come across anti-whiteism, it's the same doctrine. What do biologists tell you about having people that are either genetically too closely related? And what do they tell you in theory about if you could clone one person? Say you had one person, or that's all you would need, because you wouldn't need reproduction. If you could clone, let's just say, a man, I guess, isn't that something they did in Star Wars for the stormtroopers or something? If you could clone him, his biology is the same everywhere he is. One disease would wipe it all out, right? Because there wouldn't be enough genetic variation to survive a single disease that found a pathway to kill that organism. Well, inadvertently, because conceivably the disease wants to survive and the organism needs to survive for that reason as well. But having said that, one disease that found a path to killing the organism would kill them all, because there would be no variation. What does that mean? Has anybody already been, do you have enough IQ points pumping away there that you already figured out where this is going? If anti-whiteism is uniform around planet Earth, as it is, then you only need one skeleton key to defeat it. If anti-whiteism is uniform around planet Earth, and it is, you only need one skeleton key to defeat it. So if you have figured out what defeats it in one place, you have figured out what defeats it every place. That is the 201 defense, psychological defense against the psychological warfare that's waged against us. Anglo-America writes here, what is the security and vetting process we must have for IRL events? Now, when it comes to vetting and security and all of that sort of thing, this initially, for IRL events, this initially is a trial and error process. We're going to look to those who start GFCs are going to be looking to people of the past and the successes and failures of vetting processes. I surmise that some places will have too stringent a vetting process. Almost nobody will get through. Others will have too open of a process. People will end up showing up and they'll end up saying that, they're white sympathetic and all white sympathetic ideas are going in the same direction. And so therefore, they're going to start hiling something. No. What we'll do as we ascertain the best ways, and we will provide as best we can the information as it's coming in. As it comes in, we find the best ways to do the vetting and for IRL events, security issues at IRL events. We will share that throughout the totality of the distributed network. So at this moment, for two reasons. Number one, I don't have all the information yet that I could say ABC is what we think right now is the best. And number two reason, I wouldn't say it live. I would say it to you in private. And Anglo-America even notes that here in his first question, in the note that he places after the question about the saying it live and saying it in private. I will say this, that GFCs are far less likely to be targeted than political groups or wannabe political groups or secessionist groups, any group that is playing the antagonist in the anti-white narrative. Why is that GFCs will be far less likely to be targeted? Doesn't mean they will never be targeted by anti-whites, but especially if you have a personality who maybe lures them from some reputation from the past, starting one. But why is it? Anti-whites grow up inside the anti-white narrative as well. They want to feel moral when they victimize and they know it's unjust. They still want to have that sensation that I'm slaying the dragon. In the anti-white narrative, the antagonists are the dragon. We are an anomaly. We do not evoke in them that same satisfaction to crush, that same satisfaction to punch, that same satisfaction because we are not the things that they've been trained to destroy. So they may come after us. They will come after. It'll be far less of an interest to them than antagonists in the anti-white narrative. So that's something else to keep in mind. Now, the other thing, as far as like security in a group and feds joining or newspaper reporters, we're going free. Everything, our heart is on our sleeves. Our word, our tongue is out in front. There is nothing to conceal here. There is no, we're not worried about this idea. These idiots keep showing up and saying, oh, you're just worried about optics. When they say something like that, they're demonstrating that they are inside the anti-white narrative and they cannot see us except through the lens of those pages. And then as a consequence, they in their ignorance, they try to understand, and they, it's, I don't know, it's like a cockroach trying to decide which way to run when you are going to stomp on it. They try to understand, and they say, oh, you must just be optics cucks or something like this. They have no idea that what we're saying is our honesty. They don't want to be honest about what they're up to. Very rarely will they say that they're Hitlerian. Very often they'll say that they're just this or just that, and then when somebody does point out, oh, but you all were doing XYZ, then they attack. So if somebody undercover makes it into a GFC, and the thing we have to worry about then is them lying about us, like what could happen with the suggestions, free of charge, by the way, to all the wonderful people in the AFA, that I was making to the AFA, that when it comes to being asked about why don't you allow non-white people to join your AFA Asatru groups, the best answer is, of course, to talk about the liability of a anti-white coming in and then claiming that horrible things was said and done to them afterward. It is very likely that that would happen. So we have to be on the lookout for something like that. But what we do then doesn't have to be done in secrecy. It's done in the open. So just to round that up, far less likelihood of being attacked by and targeted by anti-whites. Now, reporters, are they going to come in and undercover and want to see what's going on? Good. Let them hear all about white well-being. Let them even witness somebody who's at an IRL event trying to talk about some other antiquated and objectionable thing that we have nothing to do with, and then watch that person being corrected by the leader of the GFC. Number two, what will take place at IRL events? Will it be activism or just general family-friendly stuff like a camping trip with others going free? Yes. GFCs are all of that. GFCs are protean in this sense. They're malleable. You always, the one thing that's the constant is that the practice of going free is ever present, in that you all are always using the lexicon and improving thereby each other by way of your use of the lexicon. It obviously creates a feedback loop by everybody using the going free lexicon. And therefore, you need far less moments of like correction. Like, well, you shouldn't say that here. You can do that. You can say, you know what's better? It actually says in here in going free that Go Free manual that you should talk about this issue this way because it puts you in our story. And then the person who's there honestly would say, yeah, I want to know that, right? So it can be a couple of people getting together at a coffee shop to talk about going free IRL. How often can they get together? Can they get together once a month, once every 2 months? Can they get together every week? Yes, they could do all of that. Can they get together at the coffee shop and talk about something interesting they found in the manual? Talk about an experience they had with a family member? Yes. Can it be several families, 10 families, all going free, and they go on a camping retreat, and they lease an entire plot at some park somewhere, and they're all going to go out there and they're going to camp for several days, camp for the weekend. And while they're camping, they're going to go on hikes, and they're going to be talking about things in terms of going free. At night, they're going to have, the bonfire, and they're going to sit around the bonfire, and maybe the leader of the group, or maybe somebody who's a great speaker is going to read from Going Free, and then everybody will discuss. Maybe you'll invent games. That's another one of the things that is so great about GFCs, is that there will be creative, innovative folks. Some of the things they come up with are going to be dumb. Some of the things they come up with are going to be fabulous. And the things they come up with that are fabulous will be communicated as an idea to all of the other GFCs around the world. So maybe it's a game for kids. that you do when you go on a hike, or you go on a boating trip, or you go fishing, or you get together at a one of the members' houses and you have a holiday meal together, or it's just you get together in a friend's house once every 2 weeks or once every month and a half or whatever it might be. But at its core is the going free practice. That's all there is to it. These GFCs are meant to create the community that we need, as every people on planet Earth needs, to create the community that we need in which we are all going free of the meme pathogens, the MPs that we're infected with, and improving ourselves, and then as well taking that message to others. So maybe the group that does the camping event, let's go back, say it's 5 families, they have a camping event 1 month, and the next month they get together and in a community maybe that is a little bit more likely to be white sympathetic, and they have a barbecue at one of the family's homes, and they invite people from the community to come over. And when the people are there at the barbecue, everybody in the GFC talks with the community members about the practice of going free. They talk about the current events. They use the 5 key concepts with these people. They invite them to find out more. They tell them what a great little group that they have. GFCs are everything that you can imagine. So we are tapping in. Do you see how much more intelligent this is than all of these other that have gone before? A lot of hard work has gone into it. I've put a lot of hard work. Let me rephrase. I've put a lot of my own intelligence into it, but I've also gone out and sought bright people, intelligent people, wise people. And I've said, come on, we need to know what's worked, what hasn't worked. Be honest with me. Everything I've solved, we have examined and re-examined. This will continue to feed and grow brilliantly, shedding what doesn't work and retaining what does. Nothing like this ever done before. 3, expenses for food, drink, etc. Who's going to fund our replenishments for the events in IRL? Is it going to be a collaborative effort by those going to the GFC event, or just a few hosts of the event? Well, when it comes to financing, I would say that everyone in the GFC should contribute, and it should be divided for the totality of the cost. We should always try, if there's something you want to do and the visible cost for all participants is beyond a participant or 2 participants or whatever it is, then you should choose something else, another activity. Maybe you don't camp as far away, or maybe you don't go on the rock rappelling or the hang gliding. And when you do this stuff, by the way, in your online where you have this GFC group where they meet up on Telegram or Discord or whatever it might be. And remember, security is number 1 when it comes to this. You want to have these pictures. Now people have to remain anonymous. Don't ever take pictures, obviously, of people who need to remain totally anonymous, or blur people's faces out. You're always getting other people's, whether they say, well, you could blur out my face and you can show the picture, or don't show the picture at all. You get them to have a look at it, and then they can give you the go ahead or otherwise. I would suggest, if it's something that members of the group cannot fund, or certain members can't fund, that you lower, you reel down what it is that you all are going to do. Do not let, and this is an experiential piece of advice, do not allow there to be a scenario where 1 person or 2 people or 3 people are the ones financing the lion's share or the totality of everything for everyone else. No matter how good they are, do not allow that, because that engenders animosity over time, maybe even instantly. Do not allow that to happen. Do not allow people to take advantage of you because they're white sympathetic, because they claim to be going free. Because if you're going free, you're not going to take advantage of somebody else who's practicing white well-being. So it's an immediate sign that something's not right here. Practitioners of going free, they do not take advantage of each other, and they do not allow themselves to be taken advantage of. Now, if you have a specific case where, say you got some guy that's a real down and out, and he doesn't have a pot to piss in, and somebody in the group has plenty. If that person wants to say, I'll pay for him this time, but it's always got to be never a taken for granted situation where the guy with a little bit more is always going to pay for the guy with a little bit less. No, it can be, I'll pay for him this time, and then next time, maybe not the next time or whatever. But the person who is unable to pay for the get together, his or her share of the get together, they should take the onus upon themselves to say, hey, I'm not going to either. But by the way, let me just also say, sometimes a person can't give the money for the event, but they can do other things. They can pay with their labor. So be versatile. We want everybody to be able to participate. So especially if you have a group, you're talking about the activism, especially if you have a group where you have, let's say you have a couple families, or certainly if it's a group of guys, and you all are energetic, we want to get the message of going free out, the lexicon out as far and wide as we can. You pool your resources, you print up a bunch of leaflets, and then you get together on that first Monday of the month or whatever it is, and you go out. That team of people, they go out and they leaflet and they talk to people. There are a lot of different ways. You can talk to people at carnivals, at fairs. I've done all this, by the way, with tools that were wretched. So you can do it with tools that work. So that is the answer to the number 3. Number 4, for online GFCs, what do you think about a weekly voice chat or video chat? And then let me see. Okay, and parenthetically, he writes, if the person is willfully wants to show themselves, either their face or their voice, talking about Go Free and how it relates to our lives. I love the idea. You can have a GFC that is just online. You can have a GFC that is IRL and online. You can have a GFC that has all of its in real life members are the members that are in the group online. You can have a GFC where you have all the IRL members are in that GFC online, but you also have other members who are not close enough to be IRL in that same. So you could have 5 people who are, or 50 people who are close, and they can be digital and in person, and you could have 50 more that are just digital. And of course, we want to include everybody. So yes, if you have a situation where you're the head of that GFC, or you appoint an assistant, or you appoint somebody who wants to be able to do such a thing, make a video, make an audio to share. They could read right out of the book. They could talk about experiences. Yes to all of that. 5, can non-white people come to the Go Free Club events? If so, is there any specific rules they would have to follow that may or may not differ from the rules Western kind has to abide by? Non-white people can join GFCs. How many non-white people are going to join GFCs? Not very many, regrettably. But for example, if we have had one of the very first people that became a participant, that became a follower or a subscriber, I should say, on this channel, was a Japanese young man in college. Now, if he wanted, and he still comes around, he still checks in and says he's watching, and he's so excited to see all the growth. And there might have been like 25 people who were subscribers when he joined. If he wanted to, let's say, he's in Japan, so he would have to just be digitally. If he wanted to be part of a GFC, then, and let's say he wanted to be part of one that was the closest to him, maybe in Oregon or something like this, or one in New Zealand or something like that, Australia. Digitally, then he would be able to participate, and he would have the exact same rules that everyone else would have in the group. He would have to be talking about the ending anti-whiteism and how he participates, just like the rest of us. There are some wonderful non-white people who are serving white well-being, and everyone is able, therefore, to serve white well-being, because it's a putting an end to the greatest evil of our age, which is anti-whiteism, that victimizes people on the basis of their biospirit, something that is the quintessentially who and what they are. They can't escape it. And these non-white people realize that that is the supreme immoral of our age. And they, knowing that, the best of those people will answer the call to destroy the greatest evil of our age, to put an end to the greatest evil of our age, just like we will answer the call to put an end to the greatest evil of our age. There are going to be other non-white people, and this might also be true for the first group, who see that if Western kind falls, then Western civilization will irrevocably change. And that means that their lives will be radically changed. They like Western civilization the way it was. And they realize that they need, we in our countries need white people for there to be Western civilization. And so they will support or endorse or want to participate. How many of those non-white people of either of those or both of those groups, wonderful heroes in our countries, how many of them would actually want to participate, would also actually want to participate in GFCs, would be a smaller percentage than that number. But if they want to participate, then thank God they exist. Thank God they want to participate. So we don't have the issue that other groups have. We are united on love and putting an end to the victimization of Western kind, and we welcome everyone who wants to participate in that endeavor. So that's a great question. Again, like the AFA, we have to be on the lookout for anti-whites coming in as undercover, if you will. They can come in the form of white people, and they can come in the form of non-white people. Don't for a minute think that the undercover person who comes into your midst is going to be more likely a non-white person. Not for a minute. They know, anti-whites know that, or they believe that in an environment where people want to put an end to anti-whiteism, that non-white people are going to be, I guess, talked. When there's talk around the non-white people, there would be talk that would be more guarded, speech that would be more guarded. That doesn't happen with us because we're going free and we just want to put an end to anti-whiteism. Don't want to harm non-white people. But anti-whites are going to think that is going to take place, guarded speech with non-white people present. So it's far more likely that they're going to send as undercovers white anti-whites. So probably, it's the guy when everything used to be IRL, they fit right in until they would say stuff that would really out them. Like tell everybody that that painter from Germany was right. And we would say, hello, Fed. There's the door. Number 6. What do you think of the idea of one GFC for now until we get more people in a state that covers an entire region of the U.S. For GFC IRL events? For example, the state of Minnesota GFC will cover the entire Midwest when it comes to events. However, anyone from across the West are welcome to join in on IRL events in the Midwest if travel is not an issue. I am sure many of our Canadian brothers and sisters would love to visit a GFC in Minnesota too, since the state borders Canada. Yes. This must work. This lends itself in a distributed network to work. It submits itself to the creativity of our people. So yes, you can have a GFC that's a regional GFC. You can have a GFC that's just a state. You can have a GFC that when it has its IRL events, maybe the bigger ones, maybe a camping trip over a weekend, it can invite participants of going free clubs from Canadian provinces that are closed, from other states or out of regions that are closed for people who could travel. Surely they're going to be somebody who is going to be very fond of maybe one of the members or the founder of a GFC and is willing to fly several hundred or 1,000 miles. Who knows? Yes to all of it. I hope this is all. And if anybody has any questions about the things I'm saying, please ask them. We are making the GFCs happen. They're going to be worldwide. You're going to blink. And this time next year, and you're going to say, what happened? How did we move all around planet Earth? And we have these things working everywhere. And the successes of each are being promulgated to the totality. And the failures, the news of the failures of each are being promulgated to the totality. Talk about an organism that can't be stopped. Oh my God. All right. 7, in regards to celebrating the various ethnic heritage days or months of our people, is it okay to fly the flag of whichever ethnicity's heritage we are celebrating? For example, if it's St. George's Day, can we have the St. George flag to represent the ethnic English on display? This question is one I had been concerned about for a while, since I know we are to fly the current flags of our countries. In Britain, the anti-whites have completely demonized St. George's flag with an anti-white slur. However, in the context of the US, most people see St. George's flag simply as the English flag. What are your thoughts? Great question. Once again, brother, you did a magnificent job here. Where a flag is known by the community to I say known because what they see as fiction, what they hear as fiction is a reality for them. That's the real world. Where they know it to be evil, then and represent something evil, some sort of heresy to anti-whiteism, and I should say evil, then you don't put it up. I mean, it's that simple. If somebody might argue, well, it doesn't really mean that because back in the day, then that does not matter. What matters is what the definition is, the actionable definition, what is in people's heads. So in the United States, if you have, say, you could have a GFC, and again, remember, it's totally protean. It's totally versatile. You could have a GFC that specifically focuses on people with English heritage. So you might say to anybody who wants to join that particular GFC, you might say, hey, we really focus on our English heritage. So we give it, obviously we embrace all of Western kind, but we give English heritage a little bit more time in our GFC. So if you're good with that, then awesome. And if you're going to have like a St. George's Day, and so therefore, along with, if you're in the United States, you're going to have the Stars and Stripes. In every country that you're in, by the way, do not put up any flag higher than your country's flag. Do not put up any flag higher than your country's flag. Now, I understand that's a little difficult in South Africa because the country's flag is a government that is a vehemently anti-white government that has a demarcating line between when one government ended and a new government started, and there is a new flag. And where that happens, then you have recourse to your state flag. But so say you're in the United States, you're going to have the Stars and Stripes up if you're going to put up St. George's cross, say in your living room or on the flagpole outside or whatever. And the neighbors will understand it to be, oh, it's one of those British flags. Then you're good. But where it is seen, maybe in some places in the UK, regrettably, our wonderful country there, you're going to have people that are going to look at it and they're going to say, oh, well, that means Hitlerians, then regrettably, you can't use it. It's just like down south. I'm not a hypocrite. So I love, love, love the Confederate flag because to me, it means love. It means heritage. It means duty. It means sacrifice. It has never meant what it means in the anti-white narrative. I think it's absolutely exquisitely beautiful. And yet, I can't take that flag anywhere because to everybody else, it means the evil made real on planet Earth. Now, if I'm somewhere like I was in South Carolina, where everybody at that event, they know what it means. Nobody there was going to be claiming that it meant what the anti-white narrative says it means. In that environment, yes, you can use it. But stars and stripes has to be on top. If you're in Canada, Canadian flag has to be on top, has to be higher. If you don't want to put up your national flag, don't put up any flag. You are born with one thing. If you are white, if you're a Westman, you're born with one thing, and that is the spirit of the West. You then get citizenship. You then are told what religion you can practice. You're then told a lot of what your ethnic heritage is and all of this other stuff. All of that then is given to you afterward. So the first thing you are is a Westman, man, woman, or child. The second thing that you are is a patriot of your country. Why? Your nation. Because your nation is who we are. It's our people. It's what we cannot help but being. It is what's inside of us. It is what comes through us. So we're patriots by God. And if we made that flag, even if the anti-whites are running that government now, if we made that flag, that's ours. You don't turn it upside down. You don't set it on fire. It's ours. I don't think the Stars and Stripes is as pretty as Dixie's flag, but that's just the way it is. So that's a great question. Thank you so much for that. Isn't this opening it up for you all? Are you all getting a better picture of how versatile Going Free clubs can be? Of how much you can put your personal touch on what the Going Free club that you start is going to be like? If it succeeds, it's going to be because of your efforts and the efforts of those that are in that club. If it fails, it's going to be on you all as well. Maybe you need to end up going and join some other GFC for a while. Let's keep rolling. 8. Should there be a regularly monthly conference, meetups, IRL for Minnesota Midwest GFC? It could be yes. You could have them every other month. It could be every 2 weeks, whatever the participants can make happen. You could have you could try to have regular meetups online. It's supposed to fit into your life for the community that we naturally need. You need community. You go to your church and you're hearing anti-whiteism the whole time. You put up with it. You go to your lodge, anti-whiteism the whole time. You go to the GFC, white positive the whole time. 9, will you designate certain people in the GFCs to certain positions and duties for our for the organizations, secularity and organization of the events? I trust that you know who to trust for our safety and well-being. It would be best to get recommendations from you on who to trust than some random person on the internet who claims to be white positive but is not. I won't be designating who should be in charge of the different GFCs. I will acknowledge when a GFC is functioning according to the dictates of the practice of going free. So as long as that's happening, then they're recognized. And increasingly moving forward, I will just say the organizational entity will be able to provide increasing levels of assistance for different things for GFCs that are operating within the guidelines of the practice of going free. Those that end up going astray, you join a GFC and the man or woman in charge decides, well, let's say there was a group in Richmond many years ago, and there was a guy who was like the president, and then all of these don't take, I mean, I'm not going to say exactly, no weird titles, no weird titles, but there was a president, and then there president, I guess is fine, and vice president. The vice president, woman, she was a deep down, and this was a white sympathetic group. She was deep down, though, really infected with the mean pathogens that one would call a feminist. And so she ended up causing just a lot of this internal conflict all the time. And then the group ended up splitting because of it. If you are in a group and the GFC, the person in charge who started it or whatever, is including other forms of white sympathy in the GFC group, I will end up finding out about it. You can leave it. Just say, I don't have anything to do with this anymore. They were talking about XYZ. They were talking about like storing up 3 years worth of food, or, something like, and every time I go there, it's all about building, mausoleums for ourselves. You leave it, you find another GFC, maybe you start your own. And then I will take note, and then that GFC will fall out of favor if they don't change their ways, and then they would not receive any assistance, and they would not from the OE, and they will not be recognized. Ostracized is what will happen. So they won't receive information on what's working elsewhere in the world. They won't receive information on what's failing elsewhere in the world. What will happen then is the participants of that GFC, if they don't like what the person in charge is either forcing or allowing or enabling, if they don't like it, they can say, look, we don't like this anymore. We're gonna leave your charge, and we're going to start another GFC so that we can be recognized, so that we can operate within the rules of the practice of going free. So this is a self-regulating, self-healing system. Every time a cell, if you will, like a human cell, begins to fail, it can be allowed to perish. It can be allowed to head off on its own. If it's an individual or a couple people, they want to go somewhere else and do something else, well, more power to them. I wish them luck on their ways. But this is a self-regulating, self-healing system in this sense. So that's a great question as well. That was 9. Just a couple more. Would you like a Telegram group chat? Would you like a Telegram group chat for the Minnesota Midwest GFC? Would you? Yeah, put one together. The safer the platform that you all are on that can work and that everybody's comfortable with, use that. If we find out that some other platform is given to security issues or whatever, we'll let everybody know. And we will migrate where we have to migrate. We don't want to all be in the same place. So what we've talked about before, we need to be everywhere and nowhere. So there are groups here, there are groups there, and it's moving as need be. This will make it impossible for the anti-whites to defeat. Number 11, what should we do if someone goes off and keeps talking about the puppies and the Australian funny man for no good reason? You first ask them to stop, and you tell them why. You let them know that they are not behaving in accord with the practice of going free, which is meant to liberate you. It doesn't restrain you. It forces you to think with your conscious mind rather than operate in the subconscious, imitating what you've seen in Hollywood and etc., the villain, the antagonist in the anti-white narrative. So you say, hey, Bob, Wolfgang, whatever your name is, see here in Go Free that you're behaving like the antagonist in the anti-white narrative. This is not only harmful for our group, but it's harmful for you personally, even to just be turning this over inside yourself. So you're going to have to drop that to be able to continue to participate. If you can't drop it, you can't continue to participate. We'll have to ask you to not come to any, we're not going to invite you to any more IRLs, and we're not going to allow you to be in the group online anymore. You have to be, this is not another one of many roads that lead to the same place. We are not fellow travelers with these other groups that ostensibly want to put an end to the victimization of Western kind. Ostensibly, not all of them do. They're much more focused on hatred of other groups out there. And then you just make the decision. The hope is, of course, that people, they'll show up. Just Fräulein Dresden was rough around the edges, but look how wonderful she ended up, absolutely blossoming in these final years. That's our hope. And I'll just tack on to this that if somebody speaks about violence at all, you let them know that was your only chance to say something violent. You never get to say anything violent again. The next time, number 2, there's not 3 strikes in this game of baseball. There are 2. You want 3 strikes, you go play baseball. You get 2 strikes here. First time, you slipped up. Second time, you're not allowed back. Now, these decisions don't have to be also, be human about these things. You don't have to, if somebody is just dumb and you've chided them, they said something about violence, you chide and say, hey, no more talk about violence. The next time you have to go. It doesn't have to be a permanent for the totality of the rest of their life. Give them a time frame saying, look, we will revisit your participation in 2 months, in 3 months, in 6 months, however severe the statement was. And then say, we want you to come back. We want you to be a part of this. We'll revisit whether or not you can participate. But now 2 times you've said something violent needs to happen. That is totally impermissible in a GFC. So let's talk again in 2 months. Let's talk again in 6 months. And we'll see how certain you are that you will never bring up violence again. Because you see these people, you meet these people, and they think it's a joke. Especially the ones that are, oh God, I heard one, the smaller they are, the less able they are to actually be able to fight. Those are the ones that have the most disgusting words. There was a female that used to be in the white sympathetic sphere. She was more in she was in the pagan circles, and she used to say the most disgusting, violent things right on air. And I told her, I said, you have to never say any of that again, because I know that you would never even step on a bug to kill a bug in the real world. You pick the bug up with a piece of paper and you take it outside. But on audio and video, you're talking about killing whole groups of people. Are you crazy? So there are some people that but give them a time frame and then revisit, unless it's something that seems really just obvious. Maybe somebody's not well. You can just say, I'm sorry, but you'll have to be successful elsewhere. I think I missed, maybe it's a question coming up. Number 12, will you, Jason, attend our Minnesota Midwest GFC occasionally? It would be nice to have you around. I will attend GFCs, especially if they're having a big event. And I will absolutely, if there's any possibility for me to personally be at events, I'm there without question. Because I just said in this stream, if I got to reach into heaven and grab God by the lapels and yank his ass out of the clouds to recapture our destiny, I will. You better believe I'll go to GFC gatherings. Let's see. We have, and then I think he just had, okay, now you got to, here it is, a 13 and a 14. Number 13, these are the final two. How do we handle a situation where religious conflict may arise in GFC events? Fantastic question as well. And folks, if you have any questions about GFCs, write them in the thread. Any questions that don't get answered today, write them in the thread under this video so that I can find them and I can try to speak to these things in a video about starting GFCs. How do we handle a situation where religious conflict may arise in GFC events? Well, there are a couple things here. You might have a going free club that is focused on Christianity, for example. So like our wonderful participant in Service to White Wellbeing, I Love Jesus Christ. I could see her participating in a going free club that is Christian oriented. I could see going free clubs that are pagan oriented. If you have a, for example, or Catholic oriented, if you have a Christian going free club or oriented on Christianity and somebody who's a pagan wants to join, you say, fine. If you're a pagan, if you want to join, but this is a Christian oriented going free club. So you're going to have to, at a minimum, respect happily the conversation and, you know, all of the influence of Christianity, of Jesus Christ, and etc. You can't insult or attack those things. Same thing holds true. If you're a Christian, you want to participate in a pagan focused going free club, great. You have to at least respect, with a smile on your face, this other form of religious worship. Now, if you have a group, a going free club, that is not focused on any particular religion, then everyone should be tolerant of each other's maybe statement here or statement there. Now, that if it's not focused on a religion, then or let's say since the creator of the Going Free Club is a Christian, but doesn't necessarily want to make it just really Christian oriented, where you're always going to be talking about Christianity, but you want to be able to have like an opening prayer at the end of which you're going to invoke the name of Jesus Christ. Somebody wants to join, you just simply have to let them know that. Is this going to be a problem for you? I understand our people have a lot of different forms of worship, or maybe you're an atheist. If it's not going to be a problem, then great. If there is a dispute between people, and the kind of thing that I think what you're saying here, is this the same thing in the question 14? Religion is important to our people. Would their religious ceremonies be freely practiced? So it is a kind of a 1314 is kind of practiced in GFC events. For example, Christians who would like to offer a moment of silence and prayer during a GFC. Well, generally speaking, a moment of silence is pretty universal. But again, a prayer specifically to Jesus Christ, or a Catholic prayer that is perhaps going to use Latin or something of this nature in it, then you're going to have to let folks know. So say, again, you're start a GFC and you can let folks know right off the bat, hey, at the beginning of every meeting or gathering, we get together, we maybe hold hands, and we have lots of hand sanitizer around. Never touch your mucous membrane, folks, but until you have sanitized. But you let them know, hey, we have a prayer to Jesus Christ at the beginning of every Going Free this club's event. So if you've got a problem with that, then a serious problem, you're not going to be able to tolerate it, then this is not really the club for you. If you have another situation where it's just where it has nothing to do with religion, you don't have a prayer at the beginning or end, or you might have a generic moment of silence, say like for Fräulein Dresden, you want to have a moment of silence at a Going Free club. That's generic. Nobody should have a problem with that. But if somebody, like, let's say there's a pagan, maybe this is what you're getting at. And I'm going to finish with this, folks. If there's a pagan in the group and the pagan shouts out, Jesus Christ's name, and he's angry about something, or an atheist, and he's angry about something, then if there's a Christian present who's offended by that, we should all be sympathetic to each other. So the Christian should understand in that moment, okay, that person doesn't know yet that offends me. So I'm going to just let that person know, please don't use Jesus Christ's name in vain, again, because I am the person's a loyal Christian. And then the pagan or the atheist should say, or the Christian who's just, ends up saying it, should say, oh, I totally get it. I will do my best to not use your God's name in vain again, or our God's name in vain again, or the God's name in vain. Probably the best way to just say it. So being understanding, being affable, being amenable, and getting along, being clubbable is the way we all have to act toward each other. And if there's somebody who's really problematic, well, then the person in charge of the GFC has to step in and let that person know, hey, if you want to remain in this GFC, you've got to be clubbable. You've got to be compatible. You've got to be amenable. You've got to be sympathetic, or at least empathetic. You can't, keep saying Jesus Christ in vain, because we got, two people in this club that are devout Christians, and it really bothers them. So you've got to stop saying that, or we have a serious problem. That is how you should approach that. So you can see the flexibility in these is the GFCs is the kind of thing that the world has never seen from the white sympathetic sphere before. And you can see how it's going to work for our success. Let me have a quick look at, thank you so much, Anglo-America. Let me have a quick look at, we have over here on Entropy, Anan, financially gifted, $10. Thank you so very much, Anan, 123. And Anan writes here, keep up the good work. Thank you so very much. We absolutely will keep up the good work. And let me refresh Cash App. I'll take a quick look. Okay, it looks like we are blank on Odysee, so we didn't miss anybody. That's good. And blank on Cash App, I think. So we didn't miss anybody. That's good. And let me swivel around, see if there's any specific quest. Looks like we're good there. Let me take a walk through the live chat. Hello to you all. Hello, champions. William Runner is with us. Andy. Christine. Hello to you. Greek German American. Hello to you. Jay Ling says, to be honest, though, what about Mark Collett? He talks about puppies. He is classy about it. What's your question? Give me a question there. When you say, what about Mark Collett? Give me something specific. Yes, Mr. V. Give me something specific. I mean, because the whole man is a bit too wide of a question, brother. So just narrow it and tag me again. Birdie says, I don't like killing living things either. Eurosphere, hello to you. Let's see. Pants says, female. Yes. Yeah, that woman was nuts. I said, what are you doing? I can't. What in the world? All right. Nancy Drew is with us. Count is with us. And Anglo America says, that was a typo. Sorry, it was security. Okay, no worries, brother. With my vision being perfect, but the monitor's malfunctioning, I was certain things were just getting really blurry on me. Based and Red Pilled is here. Great to see you. And just strolling through. Remember, you got to tag me as No White Guilt. Like comedies. And it will turn orange for me. If you have a question specifically for me, or a comment, or you just want to tell me what I can do with myself, which is fine. Archangel had a comment deleted about Mark, and it's appropriate to delete that comment because it's a misunderstanding and is negative about Mark Collett. But I will speak to your question, Archangel. Mark is a classy guy, and if he wanted to participate in the a GFC event or be a member of a GFC, he would absolutely not do what is prohibited. That's just a fact. Brad C is here. Great to see you, good brother. Ursa Major, hello and welcome. And Archangel, maybe you didn't mean to like the way you wrote it made it seem like you had a little bit of a different intent, and maybe you didn't. And often things are lost in translation when things are written, even though you have that greater clarity of not having to read body language and things of that nature. Oh, yeah. Again, Anglo-America, Austrian. Yes. The monitors, my brother, the monitors. It's a conspiracy against me. I don't know what they're doing. The printers and the monitors, absolutely a giant conspiracy against me. And I'm beginning to think that one of these days, road signs are going to get in on it against me. Franklin Peanut is here. Great to see you, brother. Oh, I slipped up myself and on something that I really loathe hearing. And I won't repeat it, because if I do, then I will have to mildly electrocute myself. Okay. Yendor says, nice threads, bruh. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Lockie says, the mouse that Jason used glows. It does. Yeah, it's got some sort of light that runs through it. William says, good to see you. No white guilt and family. I've been around and watching, but not much chatting lately. Okay, and let's see. Is someone like him that was very classy about it and cares more about white well-being allowed in a GFC? Oh, well, maybe you didn't. Maybe you wrote that after I said, because there is that tiny delay. So yeah, again, Mark's a classy guy. If he wanted to participate in a GFC event or be a member of a GFC, he would abide by the rules of the GFC without question. He's not going to come in there and say, all right, we're going to do everything completely different. And for the disagreement, obviously, no two people are going to be in perfect agreement. And so Mark and I are not in perfect agreement about all things. But I think you can unequivocally look at Mark's evolution in the white sympathetic sphere. And whereas we still don't agree on everything, and we never will agree on everything, he is far closer to the position that we are in. And one of the reasons why PA is such a magnificent group, far closer to the position that we are in than other positions, let's say, that are out there. But yeah, he wouldn't try to ruin anything, without question. He would not try to ruin anything that we're doing. Yonash says, talking about clones, exactly, this is currently happening with bananas. All bananas plants around the world are genetically identical, thus all susceptible to same strain of fungus. Well, there you have it, folks. The student Yonash comes in for us there with a proof positive of what we were talking about earlier. 0022 says, no white guilt hails. Promethean hails to you. Kingdom of Vinland says, with the way the world seems to be going, Ash Donaldson's novel, From Horizon Doctrine, is coming closer and closer to reality, which is terrifying. Could you tell us exactly what part of the novel that you're speaking to? Kingdom of Vinland? I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so since things are happening at a rapid rate, as we have said, everybody going free, some of the people who were saying it before they got here, others now that they're here, this is afoot. It is speeding up. It is speeding up because of the hubris. It is speeding up because of the control of nodes of power. And so what do we need to do? We need to work like there's no tomorrow, because there may not be, to spread the lexicon, these key concepts, and as many concepts as possible, so that we can put our people in the moral position to defend themselves. And from the moral position, they will be freed of anti-whiteism. The spirit of the West will come through them, and it will come through them in the positions where they are. That means there are white people who will be driving dump trucks and trash trucks tomorrow that will be freed where they are. There will also be people sitting in the back of very sleek and expensive aircraft who will be freed right where they are. So you need to appreciate the power of this. European American is here. Great to see you. Okay. Archangel says, my apologies. I am critical of white sympathetics who refuse to use the lexicon and who lead our people into discussing other races. You led me away from the anger given me by ant gnats. Well, God bless you. God bless you. You see, folks, when I was reading what he had written at first, I was misinterpreting it as something that he meant was obviously something other than he meant. And then he comes back and clarifies, indeed, he was an ant gnat and was filled with this anger and filled with focusing on all the other groups and focusing that anger on all of these other groups rather than on loving us, which is where he's at now, and serving white well-being. If everyone knows at this point, if you put an end to anti-whiteism, you put an end to everyone inflicting injury on us. Bertie Bassett says, can you say, as if intending to shake the earth, my mantra, can you say, as if intending to shake the earth, my mantra when lacking motivation? Oh, I see. Shake it. So he wants me to say this. It is by the conduct of Westmen that the West is the best. The West is the best. And so, Westmen, conduct yourselves. Yes. Well, you have to be pride. You have to have pride in yourself and our people. That is not to say that there is any superiority or inferiority, because there's no between races, because there's no cosmic measuring stick, right? By which you can say, oh, well, this race versus that. No, we obviously do Western civilization. Asian people do Asian civilization. We can't do it at all. We can't do Asian civilization at all. We can't do their ways at all. There's no, it's apples and oranges. But we can be very proud to be apples. Nativerific says, have you seen the G-Fur? No, I have not seen that cartoon yet. I have an email from Groundhog Fury, but I have not seen it yet. We'll share it as soon as I see it. I'm very excited about it. Promethean Epoch, should GFCs stay secular, starting off until we get more people? It's not a bad idea. Yeah, you want to be as open as possible. If you have, perfect question. Thank you, Promethean Epoch. That's a great question. You're in a town of, let's say, let's make it just easy to comprehend, like 5,000 people, and there is no GFC. You want to have a GFC there. You want to bring in as many people as possible. So you're going to have some atheists, some Catholics, some Christians, some pagans, some whatever. You get it rolling. Then as the group gets bigger and bigger, maybe you have some of those Christians who want to have more of a Christian focus GFC. Do it. Make it happen. Exactly. Anglo America says, you confused everyone. Oh, I did. I'm sorry. They're wondering who the Australian funny man is. Well, you know who else we confused? The AI. Can you imagine the AI pulling in those poor souls who work for YouTube? He's saying something about a funny Australian man. Kingdom of Inland says, when referring to Ash Donaldson's novel, I am referring specifically to the retribution mentioned in the novel and the things done to us by anti-whites in the novel. The tax, for one, I guess retribution tax or something, I guess is what it was. Yes, that was, anti-whites have been talking about that's and implementing there are already, and we'll have to talk about it next, there are already hundreds and hundreds of taxes that you can say are effectively, but do not use the verbiage retribution. That is to be in the anti-white narrative, up to your neck. No, over your mouth and nose. If you refer to it as retribution, then you have seeded them the premise that there is something to have retribution for. Absolutely do not call it what they would call it. And do not call it, I know there are a bunch of white people out there that are going to be thinking, and I got to get to these, we got to roll, because I want to get calls tonight. It's already 8. There are going to be white people who say, well, objectively, if we're in white lab coats in a laboratory, this is, by the definition of the word retribution, what they are saying. No, stop, please. No, not you personally. I'm just saying generally. You definitely, is that what he calls it, a retribution tax? That's unfortunate. You have lost the argument. And worse, maybe I shouldn't even say it that way, because it's not about just an argument in that moment. You are in their narrative. And so therefore you can never win any argument. That's how bad it is, because it's set in your mind. That first person you have to debate is you. You can't debate effectively someone outside of you until you've defeated you. You got to defeat those mean pathogens inside of you. Then you can take it to the outside world. So you have to stop looking at things. We can get back to looking at things always in this disconnected way in the future when we recapture our destiny. From here forward, we see everything subjectively. Everything subjectively. So it's absolutely not a retribution tax. It is an anti-white victimization of Western kind taxed. And you think that, well, that's semantics. No, it's two different stories. That's the importance of it. And I know, and I'm not saying you personally, I know that for some folks, how can I say this? Well, here we go. Here's a way to understand this. When you look out at a beautiful summer's day, your eyeballs can only receive and perceive, or let me just rephrase, can only perceive some of the spectrum, right? Can only perceive some of it. There is spectrum on both ends that we cannot see. And yet, you can operate in the world, right? You can understand the world, right? There are other animals, and certainly technology, that can perceive the entire spectrum, or more of the spectrum, certainly animals, than we can, right? When you look at some flowers with cameras that can see, and when you illuminate other parts of the spectrum, you see there are almost arrows pointing to where the insects have to go to get what they want, and so that they can then end up pollinating. So you might look at saying it's a retribution tax, and consciously, you could say, I know what it really means, but you're only seeing a part of what's happening to you by making that statement. And the part of what's happening to you is that you are in a story that you never win. that you always lose. It's been happening all your life. You should know that the losing part of it. You can't see in that sense that there's another story, that if you frame it completely different and you use different concepts, you are in that other story. We can't see the lines, the arrows on the flowers, and yet we benefit from them being there because then the bees pollinate. You may not be able to see the other story or comprehend how you get into it, but if you use the concepts, you will definitely discover how you benefit from it. So I hope that clears some things up. Let's roll like the wind. We're going to skip this music break and we're going to jump right into the announcements. I'm going to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. We have geniuses. There are more geniuses, legitimized geniuses, not just, oh, I know a really bright person. That happens all the time, right? But like factual geniuses in the service to white well-being. Everybody here is a doer. And by the way, you don't have to be a genius to be a doer and do amazing things. There have been people throughout our history who have been right at that mid-range of intelligence, but they had the drive, they had the heart, they had the soul to make it happen. I could tell you one of these days about one of my brothers, and I don't have the time to talk about it now, but he did not have the athletic ability that I had. But what I learned from him was a heart as big as the heavens. And he had successes in athletics that were every bit as magnificent because of his heart. Nowhere near as fast, couldn't jump as high, didn't have the balance, and still was a champion beyond imagination. So I could, one of these days I'll tell you, there's a story that I really have a difficult time telling. But we have amazing people in this community. And I went to an event that I have to tell you was truly magical. You know him, he's here. I think he might still be with us. First Last, he was here earlier in the live chat, invited me to what was almost entirely a private get together. And he did this for his girlfriend, Marilyn. It was held at a 5-star restaurant. And what he did was he arranged for his girlfriend, Marilyn, to be at the restaurant. And think about how marvelous this is. Marvelous people come to Going Free. He had her come to the restaurant, and then couple by couple, single person by single person, her friends began showing up until almost the totality of the 5-star restaurant was packed with her friends and his friends. But, started off as her friends, I think, for most of them. And then many they became friends with together. So, and I'm their friend, so I was there. And it was absolutely magnificent. They, First Last and Marilyn, sang a duet together for everyone, because she's like, what is going on? And they sang, and she has they both are great singers. And as I say, First Last is a musical genius. And they sang a duet together, You Don't Bring Me Flowers Anymore. And while she was singing, they were both singing, but while she was singing, You Don't Bring Me Flowers, and it's her part of this duet, a manager or someone who worked, I think it was one of the managers for the 5-star restaurant, came up and gave her a bouquet of roses, the biggest blooms I've ever seen on roses, I think, in my life. They were colossal. And she couldn't sing anymore. She tried, she gave it her best, but she obviously had a difficult time. So her voice was still marvelous, just this beautiful voice and singing voice. And then, of course, they wrapped that up, and all of a sudden, musicians entered the restaurant and began setting up. And I knew what was going to happen, but she didn't. She's like, "What's this?" And this was the first world debut right there in the restaurant of an original composition, a string quartet by First Last for his girlfriend Marilyn. And it was titled Marilyn's Song. And they played, and it was like being transported back in time to a far healthier age, and being able to attend some of the most magical, blissful performances by some of our absolute greatest. I was feet from these musicians. It was truly remarkable. He had hired them to come and play this piece, and when they finished, he presented her with a framed the framed sheet music for Marilyn's Song, and in that, with that sheet music, was the original piece of paper and his first notes of that song that he had jotted down when he wanted to write that for her. Isn't that lovely? So that's First Last. That is a magnificent, and thank you so very much, brother, for allowing me to be able to be there at the debut of your string quartet, Marilyn's Song. It was truly a wonderful moment to be able to be a part of that with you and your lovely girlfriend. God bless you, brother. That's folks. That's the kind of things that, where does that happen? Have you seen it happen elsewhere in the white sympathetic sphere? Do you see participants elsewhere in the white sympathetic sphere having this sort of thing happen? What I just described to you? No, but you've probably found your way to, like, I don't know, something that might be called music, but only loosely. We really need to come up with more words for music than just music, because there are some things that are music and some things that are simply not. But thank you so much, First Last. Ladies and gentlemen, that's First Last, a big champ, and he's going to be continuing to work in service to White Wellbeing, and we are very grateful. I was able to sit down with, get this too, and we got to keep rolling, but he had me sit down in his home, and I won't say much, but he played a number. First of all, he played numerous instruments, but he played a number of pieces that this guy, if he were radically anti-white, it would be film scores. He would be walking on the red carpets. They would have him out. It would be, you would know his name. You would know his name. And he's going to be doing all of that for us. And God bless you, bro. I was really mad. I gave him a standing ovation, and just the two. I couldn't believe it. It would be like maybe for people to understand, to get maybe a bit of an appreciation that I was having, and then I got to keep rolling. It maybe would have been a little bit like somebody who was an Elvis Presley fan, and before he was big, and he's like, "Hey, I got this little song I'm gonna sing for you. I want to play it for you." And then he starts off on one of those songs that became legendary in rock and roll history, and it's just for you, just for you. So thank you, brother. I really appreciate that, and thank you for your service to White Wellbeing. Let's get a round of applause, a round of some raucous emojis for the great First Last. All right, we have the wonderful Mrs. Jess Horst reached out to me just to tell me that YouTube made a mix for her, and the mix was of videos that we have made. So I don't know what happened. I mean, maybe they were a little too high the other day, and they don't know. They were like, just let them make a mix of the guy who doesn't want to destroy Western kind. But I don't know. Maybe things are loosening up a little bit. We can only hope. But I really appreciated the news from Mrs. Jess Horst that YouTube itself had created a mix for her of our videos. I want to remind everybody, have everybody on the lookout for that there are imposters proliferating out there of yours truly. Keep an eye out for these people. They're really in one of two forms. One is they come out and they just say things that obviously I would not say. Another form is they say things that might be a little bit like I might say. And the fear there is that they will then say, they'll get people believing it's me, and then they'll say something that obviously is not me, not something I would say. Keep an eye out for the imposters. Let us know if you see them, but they are proliferating. And I'm guessing, I'm not positive. It could be, there could be some anti-whites, you know, some cryptos in there who play the villain and are not actually, they're just anti-whites. And there could be some Hitlerians in there. They're quite upset because they're lashing out because they can't take on the anti-white machine that has put them in that box, and they don't like anybody saying, hey, get out of that box, because it's called a coffin. So jump on out. Let's see, what else do we have here? You should try writing into the threads. I've removed a third barrier to being able to put up comments on the threads. Please try again. Let me know if you're still having problems with putting up comments on the threads. I'm going to be sharing Elaine's creations next week. You can see many of them behind me. And, uh-oh, what's going on here? Yes, I never ask for debates. So if there's somebody out there that's going around as me, and they're saying that they want to debate this and they want to debate that, and they want to debate this. But remember how I feel about what these things are today. They're not debates. You don't have the same goal. You can't debate. If you have different moral structures and different objectives, a debate is not possible. It's just two people shouting, saying, my morality is superior to your morality. Okay, whatever. So I'm not out asking for debates. Anybody saying that, impersonating me, is trying to mislead. I just broke 10,000 views on the introduction video. Now is the time to share that introduction video because, like I said, it is accessible to all the people in your circles of influence. Anybody that would reject it are so anti-white, they're not worth spending any time on. Share the introduction video where you can. It's on the channel and should pop up first for you, especially if you're brand new. But share the introduction video. Just crossed 10,000. People obviously like it because we are something different, something novel, something that's succeeding. So I wanted to say that as well. We're going to jump on over. God darn, just past 8:15. We got 2 pieces of mail. The content creator this week that I want to share is The Great Like Comedies. And his YouTube channel, he's on YouTube. And maybe the mods can help out with his YouTube channel. But maybe if you type in Like Comedies on YouTube, you will find his channel. This is mail from our Randy. Thank you so much, brother, in the snail mail bag. And the snail mail bag. Maybe I'll call it that from now on. That's fine. And a financially gifted $10. So thank you, dear brother. I really appreciate that. Randy, always great to open the mailbox and see a letter from Randy. I love it. Thank you, brother. And we have a letter from the one and only, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if I can get this. I don't want it to. Don't want to drop it when I pick this up. Elaine Sabatino. And let me see if I can. It's got a little spider and web for Halloween. And I'll be sharing next week all of a bunch of her wonderful creations. Dear Jason, thank you for having me as a guest on your Going Free community stream on tap. Please give the super talented Jared George my best too. It was an honor to share my experiences before I broke free from the chains of white guilt. We still have our work cut out for us, but we will win. Fondly, Elaine. And then she points out some things here about the things that she made, and I'll share those with you all. But this is little spider and spider web card. That was fantastic. The great Elaine Sabatino. Let's get a raucous round of applause, emoji applause for her. The snail mail bag. And we're going to jump quickly over here to some of your comments. We'll skip the next musical interlude and jump right into these comments. Is this, my goodness, Olav? These printer, I tell you what. A key concept of paganism is biospirit. So Olav is a pagan, but he's going free. So he is incorporating the lexicon and dialectics of going free in his pagan activity. So he says here, a key concept of paganism is biospirit. European paganism is a veneration of the biospirit and cultural heritage of Western kind, including our shared history, ancestry, and traditions. But it's not something in the past. It is continuously renewed. Anyone can venerate it, but only Western kind can perpetuate it. All groups of people have their own form of paganism, which is a natural expression of their biospirit. So Olaf did here something that is perfect. It's the way it's supposed to happen. He took the teachings that he is learning in the practice of going free, and then he applied them to his pagan spiritual expression. And what happened? It became stronger as a consequence of that application. So thank you so much to Olaf. Big round of raucous emojis for Olaf and the proper application of the practice of going free in his spiritual pursuits. We have M.A. writes here, Jason, if you see this, can you please say something regarding the Julius Jones activism? He murdered a man named Paul Howell in front of his kids while carjacking them, and anti-whites are trying to get clemency for him. There's overwhelming evidence against him, but the board just voted for clemency. It's going to be up to the governor of Oklahoma to decide. We need people writing to Governor Kevin Stitt to let them know that justice should not be thwarted by media influencers who are aggressively pushing a, he says, racial anti-white agenda at the expense of the family. So just to cut into this really quickly, if someone was found guilty of a crime, in this case, it's a non-white person who victimized white people, and it looks like, and the evidence is such that it is overwhelming. It's clear that this guy, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't know this case. I'm saying generally. And it looks like because the victimizer is non-white and the victims are white, and that the system is going to step in to benefit the non-white because a white person was victimized, and you have the ability to influence, you have the ability to get involved, do get involved. Do attempt to put an end. Reach out. If you're going to write a letter to this governor, if this is true what I'm reading here, use the lexicon of going free and put yourself in the moral position vis-a-vis the governor and that battle that's taking place, rather than writing in as a villain in the anti-white narrative. Be the good guy. Literally be the good guy in our story. Kevin Ant writes here, no white guilt. What do you suggest one should do in general conversation when an unwitting anti-white acquaintance brings up history and, okay, I know you mean Austrian, but did write Australian painters as example of certain things in modern times? Is revisionist history still a bad option then? Are provable facts better off not relayed to them? Intended question. Okay, so is revisionist history still a bad option then? Yes, it is a bad option. Are provable facts better off not relayed to them? You say provable. To whom? To you. Let me see. I wrote down a couple of notes here. See, this is, Kevin, this is a consequence of being in groups of people that are all saying the same thing. And then you forget what the rest of the world looks like. You forget that when you show up and you say, that's not happened, that didn't happen during WW, whatever, that they look at you and say, oh, crazy person, right? So the history, this is some notes I wrote to myself, the history of what happened in World War II is in the head of your audience. not in your head. That's the history you have to deal with. That history that's in his head is the same history that he knows is in everyone else's head, or he believes it to be in everyone else's head, with the exception of you, if you're going to try revisionist history on him. So maybe you see where this is going. He knows that if you don't believe the official history, that you are a monster. He's heard plenty of times. He's seen it in movies and books, etc. That if you don't believe the regime's story about what took place, that all of these other things are true about you. So what is that going to mean for him in his desire to adopt a revisionist history? All of the professors are wrong. All of the government is wrong. All of these other people in his life are wrong. But you, some guy at a barbecue or something, you know what really happened. And even if you're right, your audience believes that everyone else disagrees with you, and therefore they would disagree with him too. He knows that everyone else is going to think that he's crazy and he wants to do evil things, just like he's thinking those same things about you when you're sharing the revisionist history. As a consequence, you lose your credibility with him. You start talking about revisionist history, he's not going to listen to things you have to say in the future. I wrote, do you want to muddy the water of getting that person to want to put an end to anti-whiteism by having to convince him that the whole world effectively is a lie, that the whole world is effectively a lie? Because you'll have to wade through that muck with that person forever. Do you really want to put yourself in that scenario when you're trying to help them get into a white positive place, to be empowered with the concepts, maybe just the 5 key concepts? Do you really want to have to deal with all of that? You shouldn't want to have to deal with it, because you're not going to be able to change the consensus of what took place in history. Not from the position you're in. I mean, unless Kevin, are you some kind of infinite money and you can wipe away everybody else with the flip of a finger? I mean, let's just be real. I guess do this. This is what I'm saying in my note. Do this. Does he, your audience, believe that putting an end to anti-white victimization of white people is Nazi behavior? If he says yes, you know you're dealing with an anti-white monster, and to drop him immediately. Stop talking to that person right away. Go find somebody else to talk to that you can empower with the lexicon. If he vacillates, if he's like, I'm not sure if it really is, tell him that he should not try to justify the victimization of white people by citing Hitler or anything else. That it's immoral to do such a thing. So 2 very different approaches. In one approach, you make your audience view the mirror of how immoral they are, justifying the victimization of Western kind by citing anything is immoral. But by citing something from 100 years ago, Western kind can be victimized today. You make them look in the mirror of their immorality. Or you can look like a living devil to them, and more than a little crazy, by saying, no, everything you've learned is absolutely false, and I will tell you the truth of the world. I'm not making fun of you or mocking you. I'm making fun of the approach of trying to change people's minds about all of recorded history. Let's move. Babette writes here, Jason is possibly the greatest American orator living today. Each word is a poem and stirs the heart. And both Jason and Jared have unimpeachable integrity and are noble and upright. I absolutely could not help but read that, especially when I saw Jared George's name there too. Thank you so very much for those very kind words, Babette. They're meaningful to me because my work is for our people. So thank you. And let's get a round of raucous emojis for how kind that was from Babette. Thank you so much. Ruth writes here, Fräulein Dresden and her mother are such wonderful and beautiful women. They will continue to be in my prayers. Thank you, Ruth. I appreciate that. Art Acrobat says, Fräulein Dresden has been doing great things for the cause of white well-being for a considerable length of time. We are with you, sister. We absolutely, Art Acrobats, God bless you for those kind words. Irish Ice writes here, I've been absolutely destroying the anti-white narrative and teaching so many people in person that the white erasure of Canada is not a moral practice, fully explaining why this is to my students. I can't even describe the level of success I've been having or how truly tremendous it feels to alter the course of people's lives, white positive and anti-white alike, kicking serious anti-white ass in British Columbia, Canada. He goes on here, all my love from British Columbia to Fräulein Dresden and her family. God bless you all. Let's identify, target, and shame the shit out of white anti-whites wherever we find them. Sniff them out and force them to prove they're not anti-white. Force them into the conversation. Bless you. Let's get a round of raucous emojis for our very own Irish Ice dominating in these conversations with anti-whites. Flowing freely, beautifully, big comment here. Maybe some wheat fields will appeal to the ant-nats. And he has a smile face. That gave me a chuckle. It was something that I said. I am liking NWG videos with both my YouTube accounts. I am also going to order second edition of Go Free. Will give away my first edition copy to someone who needs it. We are going free. I wrote a big rambling comment out of excitement over recent progress, but deleted it. In short, I just wanted to say that activism IRL is starting to emerge for me naturally as I imbibe the key concepts more and more, and that it is an exhilarating, rewarding process. I still have residual fear in sharing these concepts and speaking up, but I am gaining courage slowly. I can see myself growing in this area and hopefully having a positive impact on countless Westmen in due course. I thank you again, Jason, for delivering this blessing to us, true champion among the nations. Your work has helped me shift from love mingled with despair to love, hope, and empowerment. And it just makes perfect sense to me how going free will be the key that redeems Western kind, not violence, division, or LARPing, but love, intelligence, and responsibility, rippling outward and coalescing into a tidal wave of reclaiming our destiny from anti-whiteism. God bless. Writing on Flowing Freely, writes, antique nationalism could be seen as a liminal space, for some at least. A liminal space is a space where ritual ordeal and transformation occurs. Antique nationalism and Adolphus worship come after an awakening and leaving of a previous world. Yet the person is not yet reborn. They are not going free. Some get stuck in that liminal space for their entire lives, for lack of knowledge of going free and the power of operating within one's own story and lexicon, as is powerfully taught here. Some choose consciously to remain in that liminality. Others come out of it. There is something to the idea of it being a ritual space with potential for transformation. Blue pill, old worlds, antique nationalism, liminal space with potential, but not a guarantee of transformation. Going free, new world, born again, seizing the word. Thank you so much. Let's get a big raucous round of emojis for that testimonial from Flowing Freely. I would take more time, but we're running out of time, folks, so we got to roll. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you for that. That is very meaningful. Carlotta says here, I always wondered why Sad's book contained allegedly plagiarized or at least almost identical material, since it doesn't make sense that Sad was following this channel that closely, until I figured out what might have happened. Maybe Sad used a ghostwriter, and this one might have done the plagiarism without Sad's knowledge. If that's the case, it makes sense that Sad was surprised and upset as an author he didn't know was accusing him of plagiarism. Carlotta goes on writing, the section on Fräulein Dresden and her mother was very moving. Jason's commitment to travel and visit them was very impressive. Praying for Fräulein Dresden. Thank you so much, Carlotta. I really appreciate it. Promethean Epoch writes, reading the second iteration a little bit in the morning every day has been far more effective for me than just saving it for the weekend and reading more. Excellent work as always, Mr. Köhne. Thank you so much. And that's a recommendation, folks, for everybody. Maybe reading a little bit every morning will be perfect for you. The Great Reptile writes here, ladies and gentlemen, Jason, this photo speaks volumes to your character and goodwill. You can literally feel the warmth radiating from her smile and the deep appreciation behind those beautiful eyes. It's talking about the photographs of me with Mama Fräulein Dresden and Fräulein Dresden. Well done, brother. I've orbited in and out of many white sympathetic circles since 2009, and not once did I see any positive engagement with our children or elderly. Instead, I personally witnessed Aunt Nats blame them for every failure of Western kind. They disparaged our elderly for the past and our children for the present. And worse, I watched them instill that hatred in their own children for our seniors and every non-white alike. It was disgusting and unacceptable, in my opinion, that this is the only white sympathetic and genuinely positive sphere in existence. We are the messengers of love, hope, and redemption. And it is this wonderful, ever-growing community that will be responsible for the recapturing of our destiny. God bless the Westman. And God bless Reptile. Brother, that was beautifully written. Thank you so very much. Victorian Time Traveler writes here, there needs to be a GFC in the American Southwest. I know there's at least one other member of this community that lives in the Four Corners area. I don't really have any close friends anymore because I was an antique nationalist for 4 years. I'll read that again. I don't really have any close friends anymore because I was an antique nationalist for 4 years. But I have met some new people in the local powerlifting community. Imagine you are trying to jump over a 9-foot chasm, but you can only jump 8 feet. That's what saying anti-white racism is like, writes on Victorian Time Traveler. You make it most of the way across, but you still fall and hit your jaw on the opposite ledge. It's like pulling teeth to get someone to make that one seemingly trivial change. I understand why, though. It's because the difference is absolutely not trivial. Dropping the word racism means that you are not breathing life into the greatest of all anti-white meme pathogens. I will definitely do more to try to convince people of that. And finally, historical revisionism leads to, all that it leads to is social ostracism, speaking from experience. So we had the question earlier about historical revisionism. Victorian Time Traveler says, historical revisionism only leads to ostracism, speaking from experience. Thank you so much for that testimonial. Big round of raucous emojis for owning up to that past and what it did to him. Victor Fox writes here, saw the news about the billboard being vandalized. That would be mine, I guess. Never heard of your channel before. Oh, yeah, it was mine. You should thank BLM Vandals for my subscription to your channel and my thumbs up for this video and more to come. Thank you, Victor Fox. Didn't know of us until the anti-whites damaged our billboard. The great Azimuth Clark writes here, my niece is now out of an anti-white school. Awesome. She's homeschooling with my help. I'm so happy she was told, quote, your whiteness is showing. Yeah, we read that the other day. And thank you so much for sharing about this. This is really terrible. Let's see. He goes on, the R word is being beaten into students. She learned, of course, that's the anti-white slur racist. She learned we do, and many parents, white positive parents, are telling their children, no, the word racist is a cuss word. You're not allowed to ever use it. She learned we don't use the word ever. Well, I hadn't read that, and then I just that's exactly what's happening. We don't live in the anti-white narrative, and most importantly, she feels alone and isolated, but I assured her she's not alone, and there is a community and a way out of the meme pathogens. I was so happy. I cried. Going free is saving our people. The kids need going free now more than ever. Promethean hails, Jason. Thank you, brother. Well, thank you. Let's get a round of raucous emojis for that magnificent testimonial as well. We should clip all these and we should be sharing these wildly, folks. People, they need to know about our successes. The great Franklin Peanut writes here, introduction video has, he says 9.8. It's now over 10,000. He wrote that when it was 9.8. Moving up, this channel will have 2 million total views soon as well. That is also worth a celebration of some kind. And I sent you a follow-up email. I'll check on it, brother, regarding the last message you sent me. Great stream as always. This was some necessary truth that NJP supporters need to hear. Our people in the millions want a moral white advocacy, not NS. It is not realistic to think that they are pushing, not that what they are pushing could ever go mainstream. No, Hitlerian activities will never reach our people. Another from MA says, I turned this on and I heard the part about the truth about history, close quote, just at the right time. Despite knowing, and of course, me talking about don't use revisionist history as a tool to try to reach our brothers and sisters. Despite knowing what I know and having read and practiced going free, I still return to the temptation of spreading the truth about history to people who don't want to know. The person I was telling kept telling me that it doesn't even matter. Only good and evil matters. And I kept wanting to argue with him that we are deceived about who is good and evil. But the argument went nowhere. God bless you, MA. Thank you for that testimonial. You know, testimonials about successes of going free are fantastic. Testimonials about failures with the other endeavors are equally fantastic. We want people to steer clear of the things that don't work and the things that ruin your lives. The wonderful gentleman sharing that he has no friends anymore because of being an ant gnat for several years. Jubilation Media, of course, lovely porch. And then we're going to go right to Mr. V on the call. So get ready, Mr. V. He writes, Germans are enormously guilted, which shows that even under Hitler's rule, they were never inoculated against anti-Whiteism. So after World War II, they were just as quick to adopt anti-Whiteism as any other Westman. Let that sink in. Probably more so. They were completely unprepared for the psychological warfare. We have to get people to the stage where if they detect even the slightest hint of anti-Whiteism, they convulse. They end the conversation and tell them to get the hell away. Right now, we have the opposite. People have Pavlovian conditioning to reject conversations that lead to white positive conclusions. Overcoming this obstacle is extremely hard. And as far as I know, there is only one book in the entire world that addresses this problem and gives solutions. Go Free. No one else seems to have bothered addressing the most crucial question in the world. Quote, how do we get people to reject white guilt and work for white well-being? Close quote. Our whole civilization is riding on it. One thing is for sure. The answer is definitely not to create a group based on the most hated political party in the world and tell people that a specific historical account didn't happen and that one tiny race is to blame for all the world's ills. These LARPers have been around for 50 years, and the only successes they've had is reinforcing in the minds of millions that only evil people advocate for the interests of whites. They never learn their lesson, and they don't have to, because every year they recruit another bunch of naive young men to replace the ones whose lives were destroyed the previous year. They have no serious criticism of Jason's methods, so they just mock and joke. Let them have the jokers and the clowns. We'll take the serious people. There will be new thought leaders to replace the disgraced ones with the same talking points and optics. But we will be here for the long haul. That's lovely porridge, folks. Get a raucous round of emojis, please, for the great lovely porridge, a true champion in service to white well-being, and every time just proves his genius with his comments. You can see in the thought constructions there how bright that guy really is. Keep those raucous emojis going for the great Roy Danton, who just financially gifted another $75. Thank you so much, dear brother. He writes here, as promised at the beginning, here is my share at doubling all financial gifts that were made in Fräulein Dresden's name. Let's get her lovely mother some flowers and possibly a Yule tree as well. What a great character this man has. What a true champion, a true man of the West. A true man of the West. And that is a German right there that has escaped anti-Whiteism. God bless you, brother. We love you. That is amazing. I love you. That is fantastic. I'm going to swivel around here, and we have the one and only, folks. You know her very well. I love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $8. Bless you, sweet sister. She writes, for White Wellbeing. She's here every single week, as dependable as the sunrise. And we have Kaber writing here. Get the raucous emojis out for Kaber. Thank you so very much, brother. $25 financial gift. And he writes that the Target stores, I guess where he is, and maybe all of them, I don't know, have no white people in their advertisements. No white people. They've been white erased. Is it time to try something new, folks? Is it time to try something that's working? Thank you so much for that financial gift and the news that everything else out there in service to the well-being of our people, putting an end to anti-Whiteism, putting an end to our victimization, has failed to the point that we are today. I'm going to place the call. We have 15 minutes left. If you would like to have a word today, let me know. Mr. V is up first, and then donning armor as well. Here goes the call to Mr. V.
Hey, brother.
Hello, good sir. Great to hear from you. How are you, and what's on your mind?
I'm doing great, brother. I've been in the chat. It's been a while since I've been there, and it's great to talk to our brothers and sisters, even if it's just on text. Everyone's very lively, and everyone's just the champion here. Everyone's just doing great work. Talking to people who are in the white sympathetic sphere about the Going Free community, they really have no idea what's going on. They really don't understand. I really like what you said too, brother, that you don't have followers. That's very true. We have people who are engaged in the practice. We have people who love our people.
Yep.
And everyone is as active as can be. Mm-hmm. So they really don't get what's going on.
No.
But how are you doing, brother?
Well, thank you for asking. It's been really tough. I got the news of Fräulein's passing yesterday, and there are a lot of things going on, a lot of successes, a lot of victories, and some sad things, some challenges, and so it's been a bit of a roller coaster, but pressing on and keeping a steady head. That's what we have to do in these times.
And that's how we actually honor her memory.
Yeah.
Who else would do something like that for her? I mean, you are a true leader, brother, and we can tell that you truly care, and you loved her, you love us, you love our people. And I think she's going to be very, very happy wherever she may be to see us win. She'll be very happy. We will recapture the destiny of our people for Fräulein Dresden and for everyone else. Everyone has been a victim of anti-Whiteism, and especially for the children to come in the future. They deserve something better than this anti-white nightmare that is being created for them.
Very well said, and selfless and courageous. I really appreciate that. That's you are a great example of the sort of champions that answer the call to going free, and who then are bright enough and are self-starters. They take the initiative to begin making that change in the world wherever we are. And there's no doubt that it's going to be because, in no small part, to your efforts, that we will recapture our destiny, and we'll end up with that future where our babies will not have to live in the anti-white nightmare that these anti-white SOBs are creating for us, that we've had to live with and that it's just getting worse by the day. Everything that's gone so far, we have seen has failed. This is working, folks. If you are in Canada, if you're in reach of Mr. V, you can participate. He's starting a GFC, and brother, do you want to talk about that, or what else is on your mind before I let you go?
Yeah, thank you, brother. I'd like to talk a little bit about that. There's a lot of discussion, which is excellent. We need to have this discussion about GFCs. When it comes to issues of infiltration or religious division, etc., what I would say is it all starts in how you structure the vetting process, and then later the code of honor and the statement of purpose for the GFC that you're making. If you want to prevent it, prevention is better than cure. So if you want to prevent religious division, have that as part of your vetting. Ask people, talk to people, how do you feel about other religions? Are you religious? And then structure as well, aside from religion, for anti-white subversives or white sympathetics, ask them questions related to that. Find out. You might even have a little bit of a trick question that only one of our people could pass. But it all starts with the vetting process. That's where the prevention comes in. That's where you are selecting who you want in your GFC. It's better to take your time, right, than regret it later when you've got people in your GFC that don't want to do work, or they're not truly white positive, they're white sympathetic, etc. All of that is determined by the vetting process. So take your time, create some good questions, create a thorough vetting process, do calls with people, get them some intro questions, 1-2 calls. And if they have a problem joining you for a 1 hour call one time, another 1 hour call another time, even up to 3 or 4 if necessary, then you might want to consider whether or not they're fit for your GFC. They might be fit for another GFC, but you, if you're creating one, you decide what the vetting looks like. And all the prevention comes from there. A lot of problems can be prevented right there. Religious division, white sympathetics, anti-white subversives, it all starts right there in the care that you take. And that's necessary because you're dealing with the safety of our people. We live in an anti-white regime. You are a heretic to an anti-white regime. Start acting like it. It is not a game.
Very well stated. You can tell, folks, that Mr. V speaks with love and intelligence, but also with powerful exhortation, galvanizing exhortation, because the time is now. We don't have forever to wait and to hope and to lament. It's okay to feel overwhelmed, but you have to show up with the hope and the vigor to change the world. You can't throw yourself on the floor and just lament about how bad it is. You cannot continue to just imbibe the doom documenting and the doom dissecting. You've got to get away from that. We have to do this because it is up to us. It's not going to happen anywhere else. But we have the very best, and that's how we're going to make it happen. Any final thoughts that you would like to share, brother, before we let you go?
Yeah, quick update, brother. I answered the question that you sent me on Skype, so you can check that out. I'll also be sending you more files related to my GFC. And yes, in answer to your question, yeah, those are real. So yeah, brother, check that out. I'll be sending you more files, and I'm already taking people for the GFC. I'm doing both online and IRL. Let me know what you want. You can email me at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. Once again, that's gofreeclub@protonmail.com. And I do agree with Promethean Epoch when he says Canada should have GFCs for every region. I agree. Until that is the case, if people in Canada want to join my GFC, once a GFC pops up and it's run by a leader that I trust, I can just send you to them. I can let them know, hey, they've gone through my vetting process. I trust this person. I'm sending them over to you. And then you can move totally into their GFC, or you can also stay in mine, but stay in online. So I'm going to do both. That's how I'm going to do it, online and IRL. And then with the application that I want to use, we'll have different rooms for different people. So a room for Christians, a room for pagans, a room for agnostics if they'd like one, but no religious division and no gender division. Men and women are welcome, of course. And yeah, that's more or less the approach, both online and IRL. So if you would like to apply, go freeclub@protonmail.com, and I'll take you through a vetting process.
Fantastic. And we're going to be finding out, folks, exactly as Mr. V works through this. He finds out what works, what's great, what's not so great, whatever. And then we'll let folks know who are starting their own GFCs what they could or should employ for similar results. God bless you, brother. And thank you for doing pioneering work in this area. You mean so very much to us and the entirety of the effort of White Wellbeing. Promethean hails to you. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, brother. You are the best. You are absolutely the best, and we will make sure the future remembers that. So thank you. Thanks to all our brothers and sisters. Promethean hails.
Promethean hails, brother. Bye-bye. What a humble and appreciative. There's all the signs of a really good person, a really classy person. Next up we have is Donning Armor, and we have maybe just over 5 minutes. We're going to place the call right now, and I don't see any other potential calls. That's probably good because we're just about out of time.
Hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey, brother. Looking good. What's on your mind?
First and foremost, I just have to give a shout out to Fräulein Dresden and her wonderful family, her wonderful mother, and thank you so much for birthing a champion. How proud would she be of us right now if she were still around to see us, and now that we have this Going Free club spouting up all around the country, all around the world. I'll make it very brief and quick because I know that you're running out of time. Love to her. She is one of our heroes. She's gone but never forgotten. And love to her family. And I think that if she can, she would be looking down, smiling upon us, because we're going to be building these clubs. I've already been invited to one. I didn't even know what it was. I came into the stream earlier today, and I've already been invited to one. And living in California, I never thought that I would see that.
Oh.
So we're creating community,
Yep.
and I think that in her honor, she's what a beautiful, stunning lady. It really kind of wrenched my heart a bit, seeing the photos that you posted, because just what a magnificent beauty she was, and what a hero. And now that we are building community together, this is going to be incredible. We do it in her honor. She helped this movement. Much love to her beautiful mother, whatever family or friends that had the opportunity to get to know her. I did not. So I'm a little grief-stricken, but I celebrate her life because she helped to push this forward. And I think, we're doing amazing things here.
We really are, brother. And you are a great example of the good work that's being done. You're a great person, and your character is sterling, and you have come to the place where heroes come to slay the dragons of our age, the dragon of Antiwhiteism. We're so very lucky to have you here with us. The kind of things that you were just saying demonstrate the kind of character that you have. And that's why we're going to succeed. We have the best.
I will say, starting small has always been my goal. I started very small. Excuse me. But imagine the opportunities that we're going to create with these groups, with these hangouts. As I said, I've already been invited to one. Now, this will create relationships that will birth new heroes. This job opportunities.
Yeah.
people, going on hikes and camping, and if you have a gym membership, you could get a guest gym membership, and this is just improving the lives of all of us that have been, as you said, deracinated.
Yeah.
Apologize for my coughing. But this is the start. This is something incredible, and I really do support it. I want to be a part of it, and I think it's going to be a great thing. And as I said, it will honor one of our fallen, Fräulein Dresden, and I know that there's been others that have fallen, and it's on the backs of them that we build this community. So I'm really excited, and much love to our family, much love to the lost, but they were not in vain. They really. Sorry.
No.
I don't know why I'm so emotional, but yes, no, it was a privilege to have known her at all, really. And I will leave it at that, then, because I know that you gotta go, so I apologize.
No, brother, that was absolutely perfect. That was the voice of love and sterling character, heroism, and a doer in this world. God bless you, Donning Armor. You can call in any time. We love you, man.
To you as well, and I love everybody out there in the chat. This is a family.
Yeah.
It's more than a community. It's more than a chat room. We love each other. We love each other.
Precisely. Promethean hails to you, brother.
To you as well, good sir.
Okay.
To you as well.
Bye-bye. Wow. If you could see his eyes filling up and pushing through that, it's as we get here to the end of another Going Free gathering, the final moments of it, it's that understanding, that appreciation, that knowing that we're all mortal, and we all have only so much time in our lives. And those who are the best among us, they feel the need to contend with the monsters of an age, and they answer that call. And this monster seeks to destroy Western kind. It seeks to destroy Western civilization, to white erase us from everything that we have built. Nothing could be more glorious than to align with the spirit of the West and to step forward as one of those champions in an age where our victimizer has the ability to tell the world that we're evil for our love. Only the greatest will step forward in the beginning. And we have these moments as we serve White Wellbeing, where we see those whom we love, those who had also suffered in their lives from Antiwhiteism and gone down treacherous roads and made horrible decisions that have ruined their lives. And we see them climb to their feet and discover who and what they truly are. We see that poignantly in Fräulein Dresden. And we see them take steps with the very few breaths, countable at that point, at the end of our lives, and still able to make a change, still able to make a difference, still able to touch hearts and to plant seeds that will grow to what height none of us yet knows, but all of us will eventually know. The redwoods and the sequoias scraping the skies with their beauty and their aged wisdom might just be traceable back to the acorns that she planted or you planted. I love you all. Let's go free.